So, good afternoon. I'm Donatas Tomlaitis, Director of International Economic Relations and Economic Security Policy Department in MFA. So I'm happy to announce the beginning of a second panel. I hope everyone got some food. Nobody's angry and hungry. Let me say a few words about this panel. This panel will discuss recent examples of economic coercion, lessons learned and examples of best practices with a particular focus on what can be done to minimize the risk of economic coercion. The perspective of a business community will be also presented. We have a representative of Lithuanian business, so it would be a valuable experience to share in this panel. So let me introduce the panelists. I'll start with Egidijus Meilūnas, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania. Please come to the stage. And Kathy Rapper, First Assistant Secretary of the Office of Global Trade Negotiations, Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Stefan Dion, Canada's Prime Minister, Special Envoy to the European Union and Europe. Vidmantas Janulevičius, President of Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, and Fabian Sulek, Chief Executive of the European Policy Center. And finally, I would like to introduce a moderator, sorry for my French, Abigail Vasselier, Director for Policy and European Affairs and Head of China's Foreign Policy at MERIX. So I wish you fruitful discussions.
Thank you. Thank you, Donatas, for this brilliant introduction. So we are in the second panel, which is often the most challenging because you're just out of lunch, you're diving into food coma. So our challenge is to ensure that you're all awake. And to do that, I'm going to ask you to think about questions and about engaging with our panelists. I do not want to be the only one left with asking questions. So think carefully. In our first panel, which touched upon a lot of issues, we heard the terms friends, allies, partners numerous times. I should have started by counting it, I think. And here we have a panel of friends, partners, ally, with which the Europeans have worked, have tried to understand what was going on in your countries, in your different experience, to basically build up a response to economic coercion, to become resilient all together. And I think Foreign Minister Landsbergis gave us a task this morning when he said there is a roadmap and we need to be prepared, we need to have the capacity to hold our ground, and being united is probably the best barrier for that. And in this panel, we are going to dive into the different cases to be able to identify the similarities, the differences, to basically be able to come out of this thinking, okay, we have a common understanding, and we can think about commonalities in terms of response. It's a difficult panel because it's also a panel that is going to dive into the question of how do we bring our companies on board when we think about de-risking. For that, we need all brains together because that's a challenging question. To quote Michael Hager, who is somewhere in the back, to get in the right mode to be better, faster in countering economic coercion, we need to basically have this open conversations and be open about as well what makes us different, to then be able to reconcile these differences and make it a tool and a way to function that is about strengthening resilience and that is about de-risking altogether. We have a brilliant panel for that. Donatas already did the job to introduce everyone, so my only challenge is to basically correctly say the name of our Lithuanian friends. And with 18 cases of countries targeted by economic coercion on China and 123 companies, Lithuania is in a way a unique case. And it's a unique case because of the reduced economic leverage that China had at the time of the crisis, because Lithuania immediately turned to the EU, and I was an EU diplomat back then that was put in a task force to basically accompany the Lithuanian government as well as part of this crisis. So I know that as part of the EU, we were able to make a difference, and that makes it a unique case. But also because very quickly there was support of like-minded partners. So first, I would like to turn to you, Vice Minister, to be able to discuss what are the main lessons learned from Lithuania, and maybe going back into the European dimension of your experience, which is pretty unique.
Thank you, Abigail, for your introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I fully agree with you that in the morning we had really very interesting high-level discussion of ministers and very inspiring discussion. I also fully agree with you that Lithuania is a unique case, not only with regard to China, but also with other autocratic countries. And let me first a little bit elaborate further, explaining from a historic perspective why we are unique. We are a very small country, 2.8 million population. And if you would analyze Lithuania's history, let's say last 230 years, so exactly 170 years we were occupied. I'm not sure it's working, yes. 178 years we were occupied by Russia, a huge country territorially and by population. And we survived. As you see, we invited you to Vilnius, capital of independent, democratic, prospering Lithuania. So when our minister presented this first ever Lithuania's experience dealing with total, let's say, coercion from Russia in 1990 as a reaction to our Independence Act. Months later, we declared independence on 11th of March 1990. A month later, we had to face 100% economic and energy blockade from Russia. At that time, we were 100% still dependent on Russia because being occupied for 50 years by them in 20th century, we had no chance to develop independent foreign partnerships. And we survived. Then, as our minister said, there were dozens of examples of coercion, not only from Russia, but also from neighboring Belarus, which is autocratic country. For example, until 1999, we were 100% dependent on oil supplies from Russia. Why? Because we had only one oil pipeline. But in 1999, we opened our national independent oil offshore terminal that provided us a possibility to import from other countries. And until 2015, we were 100% dependent on supplies from gas from Russia. And that was a reason, good reason for Russians to, from time to time, to blackmail us, saying, if you are not following our instructions, we will start repairing the only one oil or gas pipeline. But as I said, we survived. It was very difficult, but very valuable experience. And the first lesson learned dealing, fighting, standing up, coercion was to increase your resilience. We say that resilience is in our genes. But of course it takes time and a lot of very hard job, but it pays off, please believe me. Just only one example. Before we opened our national LNG terminal on the 1st of January 2015, we paid the highest price for natural gas in Europe, small Lithuania, highest price for Russian gas, $543 for 1,000 cubic meters. On the 1st of January 2015, price dropped by 30% immediately. Now we are buying natural gas. We are not buying any energy resources from Russia. We buy LNG gas mainly from United States and Norway. So in this regard, we are fully independent, no more dependent on Russia. Briefly, our experience with China. Before 1990, we had no relations with China. In 1991, we established diplomatic relations, and for next maybe 20 years, we had not very active cooperation, be it cultural, economic, or political. For example, speaking in terms of Lithuanian origin export in 2011, Lithuanian value of Lithuanian origin export to China was just 40 million euros. It's almost nothing. In 2012, together with some other countries from this region, Eastern Central European region, we decided to join this initiative 16+1 at that time. We sincerely, truly believed at that time that it would give our business community great opportunities to enter this so-called, I am actually pointing out, so-called promising and huge market. Some 8-9 years later, we understood that it's not working. Almost zero investments from China, and yes, our export increased up to 200 million, but China at that time in 2020 was just our export partner, just number 24. So we decided to leave this, as we call, geopolitical project. It definitely is not economical, but geopolitical Chinese project. We also decided it was enshrined in our new government's program to more actively diversify our trade, our economic cooperation. So we started to more closely cooperate with Indo-Pacific countries, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, others, Australia, and Taiwan including. And as Minister mentioned, we allowed the Taiwanese to open their representative office. Representative, that means not a diplomatic office. So Chinese arguments, they based the, justified their coercion in the end of 2021, saying that Lithuania violated one China policy. That is not correct. That is not true. And I could quote you a letter issued by the President of European Council, Michel, and the President of European Commission, von der Leyen, in the end of 2021, addressed to European Parliament and national European member states parliaments, stating that, I quote, the opening of the representative office of Taiwan, the two presidents of European Union, they don't regard as a breach, violation of one China policy. So actually, our understanding is that China started this economic, but not only economic, it was like a complex economic coercion, political coercion, diplomatic coercion. They unilaterally diminished status of level of our diplomatic representation, diplomatic relations, and names of diplomatic representation, and also massive information. It's probably more correct to say disinformation campaign of lies against Lithuania at that time. So opening of this office was not the main reason. Our understanding is that the decision in Beijing was made just to punish small, as I understood, maybe weak European country for many reasons. There was a list of so-called sins of Lithuania, of course, Taiwanese office, but also leaving this former 17+1, expelling Huawei from tender to build 5G network. They were absolutely unhappy when we refused to give them, to sell them our seaport, Klaipėda, and many others. So, now, we survived, as it was already said, and our minister and other participants of the first session more or less explained why we survived. And now I would like to answer directly to your question, what lessons learned and our recommendations to other countries. First and foremost important, don't trust autocrats, be it China or others. They are not reliable partners. Definitely, it's not their goal to enrich us. Definitely, this is not their goal to have normal partnership relations with us. As Chinese nowadays say, they are for win-win cooperation. My understanding, translating from this political Chinese language, win-win means double win for China. Possibility to have political influence on respective countries or political figures, make pressure to change your decisions, be it foreign policy or security policy decision, but at the same time to get profit. Because as it was rightly pointed out by one of the participants of previous session, they also are dependent on us. And one of their goals is to get big profit, economic profit from cooperation with us. And we have to remember this when we speak about our possible, you know, reaction to the malign activities. Second, national security and sovereignty matters. I would like to quote you American political scientist and communication theorist Harold Lasswell, who in 1950 said, I quote, "The distinctive meaning of national security means freedom from foreign dictation." It's good to be free from foreign dictation. Do you agree with this, such statement? It's good to have freedom to make any decision you want. So that also correlates with a topic that was touched upon in previous session, costs. Yes, maybe we can pay higher costs fighting against coercion, but in the end we could pay a huge price for losing our possibilities to make sovereign decisions because of foreign dictate. Diversification, no doubt, it's a lesson learned probably by all countries who had experience dealing with autocrats. I just would like to present you some figures from our experience. When we started 4 years ago this process of strategic diversification, really we noticed that our economy became more healthy. We started to deal more with like-minded countries, and just some statistic figures from last year, Lithuania's trade, foreign trade. with regard to Lithuanian goods export in 2023, 86% went to like-minded countries. Like-minded in this regard means members of European Union, NATO, Indo-Pacific, and European Economic Area, 86%. With regard to export of Lithuanian services, 90% of Lithuanian services last year went to like-minded countries. And I am happy to say that, for example, speaking about Lithuanian export services to Indo-Pacific, last year it grew 36%. And now our trade with three autocratic countries, Russia, Belarus, China. We used to be 100% dependent on Russia. Too big, some time ago, decades ago, also dependent on Belarusian market to some extent, and to small extent China. So last year, 3% of Lithuanian origin services went to those three autocratic countries or markets, as we say. And with regard to goods, only 0.9%. So we almost decoupled from autocratic world. Yes, now some other lessons. What is important if your country was attacked, coerced, determination to stand up and to go where you have chosen. Political will to win against autocrats, it's crucial, be it Russia. We are capable joining our efforts to win against Russia, to help Ukraine win. We need strong political will, and the same applies to China. We can win with them if there is a strong political will. What is, just two figures comparing economic power, why we are able to win against autocrats. Joint GDP per capita, joint total GDP of EU, NATO, European Economic Area, Indo-Pacific countries last year was $60 trillion. China's GDP was around 18 trillion. If we add Russia, Iran, and North Korea, around 21. So we are 3 times stronger. And maybe last but not least, I would like to end my introductory remarks by quoting NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. I quote, he said it a year ago, "Preserving our values is more crucial than pursuing profit." And I absolutely subscribe, because if you lose your values by losing your determination, your abilities to make sovereign decision, it's no chance to buy them back. That's why personally I like very much an idea to establish, to create a trade NATO. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're coming out of this with more ideas, including trade NATO. And I think
that was originally, copyright belongs to Liz Truss, former British Prime Minister.
Okay.
I said I just like it very much.
And I think after your first remarks, we can honestly say that we are in a country that is highly resilient and ready to pay a high price. And for me, that's one of the key questions, which is there is a price to pay for strategic autonomy, there is a price to pay for building resilience, and are our citizens ready to pay that price? And I think that's a very key question and a challenging one. Maybe we can discuss it after. Vilnius, I think you bring here the perspective of the business community, which is a challenge, because when I looked a bit back at how many companies have been subjected in the case of China, which is where I'm coming from, I was struck by the fact that it was more than 120 cases of companies that were targeted by coercion. And often when we see it as think tanker or as policymaker, this perspective of how do we bring the business on board with the set of questions and responses we are designing, it's often missing, because we consider economic statecraft as mostly a foreign policy tool. So it's looked at like this, and we forget that key component. And one of our challenge today is to bring that back into the equation. And when you look at whether, once again, on China, whether China is successful with state and or with companies, actually you can make easily a case saying when it comes to state, China is not successful, and this is the case of Lithuania, and we are going to discuss Australia and Canada, but my assumption is that we are going to go in the same direction. When we look at companies, it's a complete different business. Actually, China is successful in coercing companies. We have seen it in the case of Gap, that had a fantastic t-shirt with a map of China without Taiwan and without Tibet on it, and not only Gap had to apologize for it, but also reprint all the t-shirts. And you could see how coercion can actually be successful when it comes to company. I'm very familiar with the case of H&M as well. And from your perspective, Vidmantas, how can we accompany companies in minimizing the risks while acknowledging that there is a business dimension, there are economic opportunities? At lunch, we were discussing about the fact that there is no second China, actually. So how do we strike a balance between minimizing the risks while providing an environment that will allow our companies to remain competitive?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's very nice to be here and to share our experience, which of course always better to share with the great experiences, but these experiences, I wouldn't say so, that was very great and creates big challenges for our government, for business itself, and maybe I will go back a little bit to the starting points when everything is started. End of 2020, COVID, elections. The new government is coming, and of course in some of parties the direction was to open the representation office of Taiwan, Taipei, let's say. And of course business not carefully reading the programs of the parties, nobody knows that something could be done. 2021 May, our government is already start to work, and even my private company, I was connected to the Chinese because we are producing different electronic things, solar panels, integrated solutions for the buildings, and China was kind of one of the supplier. May 2021, they say, look, there is a COVID situation, there is some uncertainties, and before we always use Chinese credit insurance companies. That means it gives possibility for you to pay a little bit later when the consumables arrive. And they start to reduce the amounts, starting from my company and I think 15 another companies, yeah, because it's uncertainties with the COVID. At the same time came some discussions, please push your politics. Maybe it's not right direction to have the closer cooperation with Taiwan. Privately, I already start to work with Taiwan in 2013, even let's say near 10 years before that. July 2021, I remember that we have the discussions that representative office in the Foreign Ministry, we have the discussions that representative office of in Taiwan will be open. And of course, since that time, we understand that there is some reasons. I think the real reasons was because Lithuania left the 16+1, not because the Taiwan office. because I think we have been the first country, I think, yeah, Mr. Meilunas, we have been the first country who jumped from this, let's say, not very big train. And since that, of course, business understand that it will be some economical squeezing instruments. What we need to do, I will stop shortly on that case, is if you're starting to do something what China wouldn't like, you need to have deeper pocket. You need to be prepared with a more, let's say, more raw materials, which coming from China, with more money to be prepared for that kind of instruments in these cases. Why? Because, of course, firstly, they will try to do some economical pressure on that. But at the same time, where is the mistakes of Lithuanian business was? Mistakes was that during the certification products, we are producing around Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, it's 54-57% of total Lithuanian GDP, with the different sectoral associations under our umbrella. And it's very difficult always to see what kind of our companies, 4,000 companies, 340,000 employees, are correctly doing with China or with some other countries. Mainly, we are producing some components which later on are integrated inside the big economies of EU, in France, in Germany, different kind of machines, different kind of electronics. And some components, of course, always came from China because it was one of the cheapest country. Mistake was that we not certified some several options, you know, during our final products, that we always need to have several component suppliers, not only from China, from some separate countries, maybe South Korea, maybe Japan, maybe some other countries. And this was the biggest mistake. Why? Because later on, when this supply chain was stopped, it was very difficult to recertificate it fast, some of our products, which later on was implemented inside another machines in Germany and so on. And this gives, let's say, not so many opportunities to exchange these kind of parts. I think this was mistake number one, yeah. And if you are in connection with China, and of course, you need to find the right balance between the price, security, and quality, always have several suppliers for the same components which are produced in China or using some raw materials from China. This, I think, was one of our main mistakes in general. And coming back now, to this situation, 10th of 2021, the first 100 containers was blocked inside the mainland of China. What is interesting, and we already discussed with some excellencies, ambassadors before this session, that our starting figures, as mentioned Mr. Meilunas, was around end of 2020. We have around more, I think, than 200 million euros export, around 300 million euros export to China. And Lithuanian origin, yes, sure, you're absolutely right, 200 million, yes. But of course, we re-export some things, and it was in total, by the figures, it was 300 million euros, 320 something. Import from China was always 3 times more, 1.1 billion. 2022, we have 50 million euros, 48 million euros export, and 1.7 billion euros import from China. That means the import from Lithuania was formally blocked. China never recognized that there is some pressure. Yeah, it was some mistakes on the computer systems, that you can't find the Lithuanian in the list when you're sending some goods. You need to make a pre-declaration, and customs officers and let's say the companies who send some things to China always can't find the Lithuania. I think it was since October 15 till November 30. At the same time, but this we can understand, you know, if you don't want to have the guests, you just not open the door. I mean, regarding the export from Lithuania to China. But the biggest problem for us was that the things which we already bought, which was already prepaid to China companies, these things was not loaded on the vessels. Since October 2021 till December 2021, 1,700 containers was blocked inside the harbors of China. That means we already prepaid. It's the same things that you're coming to the shop, you're paying your money, let's say, yeah, but they say, sorry, we don't have these things. We will send these things later to you. And every week, of course, it was COVID. They say that there is no enough vessels. When there's some important critical components from electronics, it was the time to put on the vessel because it was queue. You know, during the COVID, it was not very nice, let's say, logistic chains doesn't work so properly. Customs duty says they want to check this container before the loading. And at that time, the checking container, you pay $170 for checking procedure. And then again, this container goes to the back of the queue. And then you repeat this 3 or 4 times with some producers, and mainly with with electronic things inside. Yeah, this is the practical things which really creates the difficulties. And I'm going directly straight to the practical things, which was done here, to the historical. Later on, I think we have the huge pressure from some European automakers, which receive the signals that if in the vehicles there is some components from Lithuania, they don't want to have these vehicles inside Chinese market. I think this was very strong things. Maybe already existing ambassadors, they already know that we have some big investments from German automakers, some different components producers. And of course, they are working mainly for the export. Yeah, they are just producing here. This was a very sensitive issue at that time. But sooner or later, I think with the helps of our colleagues from the United States, from another bigger countries, even Germany government, France government, this was released because the pressure was really very big. And of course, some of our members, they want to reinvest more. They want to expand the investments inside Lithuania. It was the plans for some well-known companies to build few more factories more. At this time was really very difficult. At this time was very difficult, let's say, to convince them to continue this cooperation because, of course, biggest part was on the export. Thanks God, European Commission and Mr. Dombrovskis, I remember now, the all European Union and all European Commission comes to help us, really, in these cases. We have been really united, and sooner or later, anti-coercion laws was introduced during the presidency of France. And this, of course, makes the, I think, new step. And if China will, or some other countries, autocratic countries, will try to push European Union or some other members, now it will be much more easier because these instruments are at the place. At that time, for business was very difficult. Some of the things which was already on the way to China, before these difficulties, it was possible to readdress to some other destinations. I think 300 containers from Lithuania reached the China mainland and was blocked inside the customs zone. Later on, was very difficult to resend them somewhere else. General situation and general lessons, you need to have more money for these kind of issues. And government must stay behind this. In our case, it was. We receive, because imagine, 1,700 containers of value near 700 million euros. For these 700 million euros, 22 companies has more than €500 million inside. Everything is to prepaid. Cash flow is not enough to buy another things from the separate supplier. As I mentioned before, it was impossible to recertificate some things. It takes time, minimum 6 months. While, let's say, you need to have some, let's say, a few 3 suppliers on the same components if you're using the China. This was really very difficult at that time. And with the pressure from European Union, with the new laws, I think step by step we solve these questions. And what to do in the future? To have full vertical chains on the very important critical issues. We are starting with the semiconductor business. I know this business because 15, 20 years ago, Europe has the 4 biggest suppliers of silicon. Silicon we are using in the microchips, silicon we are using in the solar industry, silicon we are using for some batteries. Unfortunately, all these companies, biggest well-known companies, we lost them. Most of them go to the China as well, to the mainland, even from Germany. And it's more or less the same situation as with some, let's say, components of drugs, which is not more any produced inside the Europe. We bring them to the India, where there is a cheaper labor. We bring them to the China. And during the COVID, the crisis was not with some materials, which is active materials, which we are protecting, we know them, but with the components which combine for the drugs, these things. My offer is to have full vertical chain, always, not in the all volumes, but 20, 30, 40%. We need to produce inside our European Union or in other countries, in United States, in some, let's say, not autocratic countries. This would give possibility for us to avoid these things. We need China. Decoupling, full decoupling, it's impossible. Unfortunately, so much production is inside, and we need to use the China in proper way. But we always need to have some insurance policy. I mean, insurance policy, we need to have the local industry from the beginning till the final end user. Not in the volumes what there is a total volumes of the market, but of some part. I don't know. Very good example now with the NZ, Net Zero Industry Act, which was implemented just a few weeks ago, which gives and says that up till 40 or minimum 40% since 2026 inside the public tenders, inside full vertical chain must be made in EU. What this gives? It gives possibility to balance the right price. Still 60% it could be from the third countries, but 40% must be here. It's kind of balancing and real de-risking. It's a pity that European Union in the last decade spent mostly, maybe the Horizon program. It's the biggest worldwide research program, which supports all 26 members. We are creating the really good technologies, but the problem that we are not implementing inside the industry. That means we are supporting third countries, which starting to produce or implementing inside the industry this kind of our innovations. Because we always say, look, Chinese will produce cheaper. And this, I think, this is the biggest problem, because with this money, public money, we are supporting third countries. Once more, we need to have full vertical chain from the beginning till the end. Of course, it's very important to use the WTO, but unfortunately, sometimes these processes are quite long. In our case, we use this, and it helps, of course, to reduce the tensions, because now the situation with China is becoming not normal, because the export from Lithuania to China reached more than 100 million euros last year. It's growing up, but it's still never reached in the total figures which we have before. But what is interesting, the export from China to Lithuania was increased till 2.2 billion euros. That means the disbalances is still too high for all our economies. And I think it's an average in each country. But of course, figure with 19 times or 18 times disbalances is not right. And I think we need to be united with all our, let's say, united with all our EU members inside, that this kind of situation, which was 2 years ago with Lithuania, will be never repeat. And if it will be the strong answer that everyone's fighting for one small country, in this case as Lithuania, we can avoid these difficulties. On the economic security strategy, I think we need to be not naive in some cases. And it looks that some countries understand only the power, unfortunately. The dialogues is very nice, but always we need to be ready, let's say, to use some instruments to defend our industry, to defend our rules, to defend our democracy. I don't know if will be some more questions precise I will tell about this, but firstly, we need to have the whole vertical chains inside the European Union that to avoid these mistakes. Not in the full scale, and of course, to have 3 or 4 more suppliers. This would give possibility now, let's say, to change from supplier 1 to supplier 2. And then, of course, China will never use this because they know that there is alternative suppliers. And then we can win. We are not against China. We are for the free trade. And to avoid this kind of autumn of 2021, would be very nice, of course, in advance to know, and to discuss together with the government what kind of issues could be done if we will make these steps. And to discuss all together, because the more we will be prepared for some possible actions from not very democratic countries, the less losses we will have. I think this is, I would say, so the final my talks.
Thank you. So basically your point is to say to de-risk we need to, so first a call to basically have the whole, partial value chain with this vertical chain idea. You also made a call to say we are going to come to a point where protecting is key and economic security is about also building a toolbox to basically be able to defend ourselves. When it comes to the industrial strategy, and I think we need to be calibrated. I think it's a long debate in Europe to be able to change our mindset and our framework, and we are coming indeed to a point where this is urgent to have a basically solid industrial strategy. You mentioned Horizon program. I think within Horizon there was an effort to say through IPCEIS we are going to push for industrial strategy in very sectorial and high-tech sectors that could benefit to the whole of Europe. So I think there is this effort in Brussels to think about how to become strategic about the industrial policy, but this requires mostly a change of mindset within member states. That is, we are not there yet. I'm going to add one point, because I heard you saying, well, the Lithuania withdrawing from 16 plus 1 was the most important reason, and in my view, we need to become better as well at understanding what are the Chinese core interests, and within China's core interests, Taiwan has been and will remain one of the key elements. And I think the trigger on the Chinese side was on Taiwan and was not on the 16 plus 1. They could have lived and let Lithuania alone on the 16 plus 1, when on Taiwan it was about touching a core interest of China. Having said that, Chinese red lines are changing, and we need to have the capacity in Europe to understand better where are the Chinese red lines. And for this, we have a collective job, which is about increasing our China competence, because I feel in the case of Russia, we are extremely well equipped with the best Russia experts across Europe. In the case of China, we don't have that. So that's going to be on top of your to-do list, my call to basically build China competence as well. I'll have a question for you after, and you have a bit of time to think about it. I'm living in Berlin right now, and I have to say the German companies will have a different reaction to you when it comes to thinking about de-risking. And we saw it in the preparation of the Scholz visit to China, how much German companies are active in trying to protect their market share in China. And the de-risking discussion in several member states, including my own in France, but also in Germany, through a different lens, is extremely different from a country that has gone through a case where you have experienced what it means to be coerced by China. what would be the message you would like to give to the German companies today that need to de-risk but that are struggling to de-risk? I leave you some time to think about it. Katie, I'm going to turn to you because you're coming from Australia. And when we experienced economic coercion in Europe, one of our first reactions was to turn to Australia and to turn to Canada. Because in the case of Australia, you're much closer to China, you have a long experience in dealing with economic coercion. We have seen Australia remaining firm and preparing for sustained pressure when we were extremely reactive to it. So what should we learn as Europeans to have this capacity to sustain pressure? That's one question. My second question is, you have been better at bringing companies within your debate in Australia. What did you do differently that we need to learn and take away from the debates? So yeah.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and thank you to the government of Lithuania for organising this important conference and for the invitation to be on the panel today. Let me just start by maybe stating the obvious. Australia opposes economic coercion, and we're concerned by its increasing use. And we're not just concerned by its increasing use, but the increasing threat of its use. And we think this is one of the reasons that it's important that we gather here and have these discussions today. Why are we concerned? Because it raises the risks for business globally, and I think we've heard some business perspectives on that just now, so not just for Australia, but across the world. It also creates systemic risks for the rules-based order that is the basis on which all of us have been relying on our prosperity and security for the last 70 plus years. It also undermines confidence in a multilateral trading system upon which all economies rely, and which I'll come back to in explaining why that has been an important part of Australia's response to what we have experienced in recent times. So our bottom line is that it's in no one's interest for economic coercion to become the norm. And that's why we have found it incredibly important to reach out to like-minded partners. And one of the key instruments for us has been the joint declaration from last year, the Joint Declaration Against Trade-Related Economic Coercion and Non-Market Policies and Practices that Australia was very pleased to sign on to with some of our most like-minded partners to raise our concerns about these issues and to seek to find a way to work with them to address the issues and develop collective resilience. So I'll come back to that and some of the other ways that we have sought to be a part of international collaboration efforts in a moment. But just some context. As you mentioned, there is a lot of interest in Australia's experience of trade disruptions with China. And for context, I would note that Australia and China have had highly complementary economies that have benefited from decades of mutually beneficial trade. And our trade relationship with China is very big. It reached a record $327 billion in 2023, our largest trading partner, and we expect it to be so for the foreseeable future. However, since 2020, China imposed a range of measures that impeded Australian exports, which equaled $20.6 billion in 2019. And we were able to group those trade impediments into three broad categories. Firstly, there was the imposition of formal duties on several Australian products, bottled wine and barley, and these have been the impediments that we have challenged in the WTO. Secondly, there were informal actions where China discouraged or effectively prevented Chinese importers from buying certain Australian products. And this affected particularly our metallurgical and thermal coal, our copper ores and concentrates and cotton. And then the third category of measures were the technical measures, where China blocked Australian goods on the grounds of alleged sanitary or phytosanitary issues. This applied to our live rock lobsters, our timber logs, some barley, red meat and hay establishments. It's also important to note that no new trade measures have been imposed since early 2022, and most of these trade restrictions have now been lifted, with the exceptions of those on live rock lobster and some red meat establishments. And duties applying to Australian barley and bottled wine exported to China have been removed, and part of the effort for that removal involved Australia taking action in the WTO. In looking at the resilience of the Australian economy, it's also true to say that these measures had a disproportionate impact on some industries, particularly our live lobster and our bottled wine trade, but overall our economy remained remarkably resilient. We were able to find exports for many of these products to the rest of the world, which largely offset the export losses to the Chinese market. In some cases, though, we did face a loss of a price premium that the Chinese market was previously offering. So we consider that our experience really demonstrated the importance of continuing to build resilience so that you can withstand these types of incidents. And that's been for us through having diversified trade and support for the open rules-based trading system with the WTO at its core. We're convinced we could only have reached the outcomes that we achieved on wine and on barley by utilising the WTO dispute settlement system. And that included, for the moment, the use of the so-called MPIA, the multi-party interim appeal arbitration arrangement that Australia and some others have joined in the absence of a currently fully functioning dispute settlement system. We also believe that our experience highlighted the importance of the approach of being very patient, very deliberate and very calibrated in how we responded to our experience of economic coercion. So we split our response really into three pillars, I think, to start to come to your question. One is working with other countries to both raise awareness of the problem, to speak out about it, and to look at the opportunities for collective responses. Secondly, it's to work with our business community, to really work on how we can support them in their diversification efforts and how we can help them to reduce vulnerabilities. And thirdly, and as I've just mentioned, it's supporting the rules-based trading system, which we very much see as the framework for open and functioning markets, which are necessary for diversification to occur. So one of the good ways that we have helped raise awareness and collective responses was this joint declaration against trade-related economic coercion and non-market policies and practices, which was alongside Canada, Japan, the United Kingdom and the United States in June 2023. And this joint declaration outlines really the behaviours that we're concerned about. So it helps us get some definitional issues in place. It also distinguishes these behaviours from measures which are not economic coercion because, for example, they're transparent or for a legitimate policy objective. Another useful body of work has been the recently published paper from the OECD on the trade impacts of economic coercion, and which outlines for a number of case studies, including from Australia, Lithuania, Japan and Moldova. And by sharing these experiences with others, it helps raise awareness. It provides hints to how to take forward the building of resilience and how we can build collective efforts in these areas. We've also been very active in the WTO, so beyond using the dispute settlement system, we're a big believer in transparency. So we've actively used the WTO committee system to raise concerns about trade disruptive and restrictive measures, and many the countries represented today have been active in raising their voice alongside us and us alongside them. We've also been using transparency mechanisms such as the trade policy review of certain countries to call out trade practices and bring out those practices into the open. We also have looked at opportunities for making bilateral statements alongside partners. For example, here in Lithuania, there was a joint statement by our foreign ministers in February 2022, which was a valuable contribution there. When we look at what we can do to minimise the risk of economic coercion, we always come back to the importance of opening and functioning global markets. Without those, we can't diversify, and without those, we can't reduce our vulnerabilities or increase our resilience. So Australia will be continuing to invest in the rules-based multilateral system. Yes, there are challenges. Yes, it needs reform, but the system of rules is just too valuable and too important not to be continuing to work under for a country like Australia to have the framework in which to deal with these measures. We also want to keep working with interested partners so we can identify, deter and address trade-related economic coercion and non-market policies and practices. So we're looking at ways we can take that forward through multilateral institutions, including the WTO. And then coming back to one of your questions, engaging with business is absolutely important. We want to support their diversification efforts so that we can minimise the risks that they face. That's been important in understanding exactly what they are experiencing, being very transparent, I think was a word used in the Lithuania example of talking to business. So encouraging a transparency two-way, them sharing with us what they're experiencing and trusting in us, and us also showing to business that we have their back and are looking actively at ways that we can help to support them. So we put in place various policies and programs to very actively support the trade diversification opportunities for our companies. At the end of the day, it's a company decision whether they choose to act on those opportunities and take them forward. But our role as government was to try and open the door as much as possible. And that's included, for example, trade agreements, FTAs, addressing non-tariff barriers, and also looking at ways that we can engage with specific cases, as mentioned earlier. I can come back maybe to some of those business examples if interested later, but I might pause there, Abigail, so thank you.
Thanks, Katie. I think you heard from this morning my question how much we are attached here in Europe to the WTO and how much work there needs to be done with partners that are, how can I say, not consistently sharing our vision on the WTO, and that is going to be a key question for us as Europeans looking ahead, but for partners as well. So we are not alone in that on that boat. But it's clear that WTO is part of the DNA. We heard it in so many cases that WTO has played a deterrent effect on economic coercion. So we have a collective interest. The question is, how are we moving ahead in a context where we have all made the assessment that we are stuck, and either we think reform or we think about alternatives, but how much longer can we afford to have that that WTO that is completely stuck at the moment? That's a key question for me. You talked about the way you are engaging with your business community, and my sense is that you work with them on diversification, and that's a path that for us in Europe, yes, there is this effort of diversification, and that may be a question for Fabian later on. How much can the EU provide that framework? But one key element is about the risks and about mitigating risks with companies. And when I look at the China debate at the moment, you have different ways to de-risk. You have those companies that would have the capacity to say, we stay in China, we basically have our complete value chain on China, and then we decouple the rest of our activities. You need to have the capitals to do that. But that's a way to mitigate risks in a way. You have companies that are saying the risk is too high, I'm withdrawing. And then you have the companies that are in the middle, that need to stay in China, that need to assess their risk in a very thorough way, because you said in your presentation, we are sending the signal that companies have our back. And here in Europe, you have different views from different governments, some of them telling companies, if you take that risk, you are going to be alone. And so the question of mitigating risks with companies, that's one where we have a diversity of views. It's a very complicated one, and I would be interested to pick your thoughts on this afterwards. Stefan, I'm turning to you, to Canada. The case of Canada is equally interesting when it comes to economic coercion, because it's yet again one of these cases where I believe China has been ineffective. And the question is, am I right? Is it right? And if it is, then it means that we need to work also collectively to decrease the degree of fear we are also building. But for that, we need to have a common understanding of China's effectiveness in coercing our countries.
Okay, thank you very much, Abigail, Madam Chair. I feel that everything has been said by the very excellent panelists before me and the panel of this morning, but let me try to frame it my own way. It's not easy, it's not difficult to identify the elephant in the room. It is the Chinese communist regime. Not because it's the only power that is using economic coercion, but Russia and others are doing that as well. But if it was not from China, this conference would not happen. Or it would happen on another topic. We would have the pleasure to be in Vilnius, but to speak about something else. It is China that has put this phenomenon to such a scale that it became very worrying. When our governments or international institutions like the G7, the OECD, the Five Eyes, or major think tanks like the Mercator Institute, when they look at the problem of economic coercion, the central theme is always China. And when we give examples at this conference, most of the time it is China. And it will be China again when I will give now the Canadian example. So let's call it the Canadian canola case study. In December 2018, following an extradition request by the United States, because we have an extradition treaty that we need to respect, we are a country of the rule of law, Canadian police arrested Huawei Technologies CFO Meng Wanzhou, and she was also the daughter of the president, historical president of Huawei, arrested at the Vancouver International Airport. Following the arrest, China's government reacted very badly and said they threatened serious consequences. And some days later, two Canadians, Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig, we call them the two Michaels, were arrested on spying charges. And among economic measures, because we're here to speak about economic coercion, China revoked the import registrations of Canada's two largest canola seed exporters, alleging the detection of certain quarantine pests in canola seed shipments. Despite numerous attempts to have technical engagements with China, China did not provide Canada with scientific evidence to justify its decision to suspend the two companies. Canada then requested formal WTO consultations, even though China said, if you do that, we'll stop to discuss with you the case. And we went to formal WTO consultations and subsequently a WTO dispute settlement panel, which was established in July 2021. Indeed, it's very long with WTO. This case started in December 2018. July 2021, we have the dispute settlement panel. Then an argument happened between USA and China. I'm not in a situation to discuss in which way it has been done, but it allowed Madame Meng to return to China. And then the days after, the two Canadians were released. And weeks after, on May 18, 2022, China reinstated the two suspended Canadian companies without consulting Canada, without ever having provided scientific evidence to justify the restrictive measures, and in advance of the first substantive meeting of the WTO dispute settlement panel, which was scheduled on June 20, 2022. So when we criticize the WTO, keep in mind that sometimes it's helping. to have this institution. We would like the WTO to be faster, more effective, but it's helping. It helped in many cases, and it helped in this case. So what's striking about the Canadian case I just gave is the combined force of coercion applied to Canada. It was not just that Canada's canola seed industry depends on exports, and for 40% of Chinese exports. It's not just that Canada carefully assessed the potential impact that different Canadian reactions could have on other Canadian industries, the fear of escalation. It was, above all, that there were political considerations in publicly linking China's canola measures to the fate of the 2 detained Canadians. Obviously, this consideration overshadowed all decisions related to the canola case. What will happen to the 2 Canadians? Because all the Canadian population was very, very concerned about them. It was a big issue in Canada during years. So economic coercion in this case has been considerably reinforced by hostage diplomacy. Hostage diplomacy is not our topic, it's economic coercion. But almost in all our cases, there's something not economic in the pressure that our countries are suffering. And in this case, it was that 2 Canadians were in jail and in awful conditions. If you compare to the Lady of Galway that was in a big house in Vancouver, Canadians were very, very shocked by the comparison of the 2 situations. And so Canada launched the Initiative Against Arbitrary Detention in state-to-state relations, an initiative whose declaration has so far been signed by 76 states. And we think it's very important to say, when one of your citizens is in jail in an arbitrary measure for hostage diplomacy, all of us should be concerned and raise the issue. It's not an issue that we must leave to the country. It must be something that is supported all over the board. So if I look the statistic, and Abigail, you have given the statistic of the Mercator Institute. I repeat it, 123 coercive cases activated by China between 2010 and 2022. What is striking is that most of them happened in the last 4 years, since Xi Jinping has been reappointed president for the second 5-year term in March 2018. So between 2018 and 2022, a lot of these cases happened. Since then, is China changing its strategy with the slowdown of its economy and the efforts we are doing diplomatically with the United States, France, Germany? Maybe so, but we need to keep our eyes open. As we have said, we cannot trust. Well, if you trust, you need to verify. Trust, but verify. So what are the combination of factors that explain the situation in which we are, which is unprecedented situation in the scale by which coercive economy is used by one country? Well, with the rise of China in the economy, we came in a world where for the first time since the Second World War, the second economy of the world is not a democracy. Because before China, it was Japan. So that's a change in the economic system and the political system of our planet. And this second largest economy is also the world's second largest military spender. And in addition to it, is the biggest trading partner of 130 countries. So outstripping the United States in this respect. So it gives to this autocratic power a lot of exceptional economic capacity to reward and penalize countries and to exploit power asymmetries. But there is another factor also that explains the scale to which this phenomenon is used, is that we are in a world where democracies are using more and more sanctions, autonomous sanctions. We do it as democracies always against behaviors that are grave breaches of international peace and security, when the country is invading its neighbor, we sanction. Human rights violations, and acts of significant corruptions. And our public opinions that are more and more aware with social media of what is happening in the world, or parliaments, or members of parliament are more and more asking for this kind of behavior. But each time we do that, of course, we give to the Chinese regime the pretext to accuse us of being those who use their power to enforce compliance and engage in coercive diplomacy. And when China is saying that, a lot of autocratic leaders around the world agree, because it's them that we're pressuring to respect human rights. So that's also another problem that we have to deal with when we want to have, as much as possible, a broader coalition against Chinese behavior. And if I list now the things we need to do, each of us came with our typology. We'll offer mine, and it will repeat what has been said, but it's my way to say so. I would say there are 5 things we need to do. First, indeed, to counter the Chinese rationale when they say, you are the ones who are doing sanctions. We are doing sanctions to protect human rights. They are doing sanctions to protect their autocratic behavior. It's not the same. And so we need to be very clear and to try to build a broad coalition as possible. Coalition as broad as possible. That's the first thing, including in the Indo-Pacific countries that are very exposed to Chinese coercion, even when they are not always ideal democracies. Let's say we need to bring them with us in order to improve the situation in these countries and not to let them more and more in isolation with China. Second, we need to deploy our anti-coercion instruments, export control legislations, research security policies and guidelines, and to compare our practices. So a conference like this one is very helpful for that. Third, we need to come to the aid of targeted countries. I just say that about hostage diplomacy. It's the same for economic coercion, and I'm very pleased to see that our Lithuanian friends are insisting on the support they receive, especially from the EU. So that's a key point, to support their requests at the WTO, to offer economic and commercial assistance when it's possible, and so on. 4, we need to sometimes to retaliate economically. But of course, we'll do it with respect of the rules of international trade and with care of avoiding harmful escalation. But if we want to have effective retaliation economically, we need to do it collectively. Otherwise, they will not have any good from that. And fifth, and above all, it has been said by everyone, we need to de-risk our supply chains and strengthen resilience in all sectors of the economy, especially for critical goods like vaccines, semiconductors, emerging critical technologies, and clean energy and critical minerals. Critical minerals, they will be key for the energy transition, for the digital economy, for the defense technology, and today they are under control of China, not at 100%, but not so far away of that. And then the more we'll go through the digital and clean technologies and energy transition, the more we're in danger to increase our dependence of China. To counter that, we need to work together, not to replace China, that's not possible, but to make sure that we have diversification of our supply. And for that, country like Australia and Canada are key, because we are democracies with the resource. And we are able to be suppliers and faithful suppliers. You may have confidence in us. And for that, we need a lot of investments, and we need to have agreements on the way the resource is exploited. Environmentally, socially, we cannot do that in a ways that will hurt our values, or populations will not like it. So we need to work with the EU, with the United States, all together with Japan, and to develop ability to have critical mineral market that make sense, that will protect us against coercive economy. Last point, at my 6th point, I said I have 5, 6th one, we need to avoid protectionism between us. How can we hurt us this way? I'm very worried of what will happen in the next elections in the EU. A lot of forces are protectionist forces, nationalistic forces. Recently, you had a vote in the Senate in France against the agreement between Canada and the EU, CETA. How can we hurt us this way? How can we support each other if each of us want to isolate itself and then to be facing the Chinese giant in a disorganized way? So Canada, in many cases, is a tariff-free source of supply, having concluded 15 free trade agreements, including CETA, with the European Union, that provide preferential access to 60% of global production of goods and services. We are in a situation to be a strong partner for all of you. So we have tools to fight weaponization of economic dependencies, and you can count on Canada for that. And to succeed, we need to strengthen our collective action and with as many partners as possible, which is why this Vilnius conference is so timely. And I want to thank the government for that. I think Lithuania is showing a strong leadership.
Thank you. I share exactly what you said and on what you ended. Look, I think there are many things that can be said. The first is it's almost a call to have the Chinese economic coercion playbook, because you started to talk about, and you all talked about the fact that there is always something attached to economic coercion. And in the case of Canada, the hostage diplomacy, and Michael being a close friend, was probably the most difficult moment to juggle, including on the negotiation, at the negotiation level. You mentioned something that is important, which is the question of international law and about related as well to the rules-based international order. And we need to be in a position to call the bluff when China is trying to basically redefine what international law are actually about, but we also need to be clear on our side that the measures we are taking are matching the framework of international law. If not, we are going to dive into a very difficult path in which I'm not sure China is not going to win over us. I have one question for you, which is related to the G7. And I know that in the case of Canada, the G7 play a key role in handling the crisis as well. So probably what was the importance of the G7 and what are the next steps for the G7 when it comes to building resilience, and trustworthiness is likely to become the new buzzword. You ended up by questioning protectionism, and here I'm turning to Fabian. You have argued that Europe has entered a state of perma-crisis, and I think what we are going through with integrating economic statecraft in the way we think about our foreign policy, but also the foreign policy of others when they use economic coercion, is clearly part, for me, of being in a permanent crisis situation. And Stéphane ended by saying that he's concerned about populism rising in Europe because this has a direct consequence on our diversification agenda. I'm equally concerned because you can look at us and wonder whether we have managed to push the FTA that we wanted to have, and we have recorded some success, but in reality, the Biden administration had not secured a single free trade agreement throughout the administration. So we are going to leave the US where they are because we don't have any American panelists, but is the EU ready for a real and solid diversification push, the one we actually need? And more importantly, are we ready and have we sufficiently advanced in our discussion on de-risking and on economic security ahead of the change of the Commission? So also make your to-do list for the next Commission.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I'm not sure I can be positive about some of these things, but I will return to the US because I think this is of extraordinary importance for what we are going to do in the near future. So I want to talk a bit about how I see the global environment. And in that also talk as much as I can about the future rather than the past, because I think we are developing in a more challenging way. I want to talk about economic coercion in a broader European economic security framework. And then I'm going to talk about why I think there's a very high risk that the EU is not going to do what needs to be done. And I know that doesn't sound very positive. Why am I negative? Because I think in part we're living in a progress illusion. We're living in a world where the kind of actions we are taking are positive, they are the right kind of actions, but unfortunately they are not enough to address the scale and the scope of the issue which we are facing. Essentially, we're trying to address exponential challenges with linear policies, and that is not going to work much longer. I also think it is much more difficult to anticipate what is going to happen than to react. We've had some cases when we had the gun on our head. At that moment in time, we have reacted, we have done what needed to be done. But are we able to also anticipate? Are we able to not get into those situations in future, also when that challenge is even greater than what we have seen in the past? So firstly, talking about the world we are in, you talked about us identifying this as a European permacrisis. That was 3 years ago. I think now I would say we are actually in a global perma-polycrisis. So the situation has deteriorated, certainly with the war against Ukraine, but also a number of other issues which have happened since then. And part of that is an increasing tendency to my country first, to neonativism, to that kind of economic populism which we've seen in many countries. We are going to see even more government intervention in the economies around the world. This is not just an issue for autocratic regimes, this is happening everywhere. We are also seeing an increasing tendency towards might is right. As long as you have the power, you can implement, and to a much more mercantilistic view of trade, of economic relations, with sovereignty being trumped, but with sovereignty trumping economic considerations. For Europe, that means our economic relationships are much more difficult than in the past. Clearly, there has been an appreciation that China is a difficult partner in many ways, and that has been discussed in a lot of detail already. Not that I'm disagreeing with it, but I think also clearly Russia and the dependence on particularly energy has shown difficulties, but we also have to go broader. We have to look also at the US and the risk of Trump 2 and what that might mean for Europe, which I would rather say is a catastrophic outcome from a European perspective and from, I think, a global rules-based perspective. But also that the US in the past has, for example, applied extraterritoriality, so not respecting sovereignty in the way we would normally expect from a partner. I think dealing with this has also become more difficult in a world where the global south is increasingly turning against the West in its broadest sense, and particularly Gaza, and what is happening there is having a profound impact on how the rules-based system is being seen. Essentially, wherever you're going around the world now, it is talk of double standard, it is talk of Europe not doing what it preaches in other cases. And that will make it extremely difficult to maintain the global economic system. We also have a problem in Europe with dealing with weaponized interdependence because the DNA of Europe was all about economic interdependence. It was all about creating a situation where war was becoming physically impossible. But we have learned now that this does not work when the other country doesn't care about the pain it inflicts on themselves as well as on others. So we have to rethink the way we interact with the rest of the world. But that is happening, and I'm rather less positive about the global governance system. I think we are seeing that the Western rules-based order is dying. And we are going to see that it is becoming less and less effective. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try to use it as much as we can. But I think there is going to be much more pressure for a different kind of order. But that doesn't mean we are going to get a different kind of rules-based order. What we might get is anarchy, which is far more threatening for Europe in particular. So given all of these challenges, we've had a lot more attention on economic security or open strategic autonomy or de-risking or whatever terms we want to use. We have tried to also put new instruments in place, but I think we have to recognize this is a much broader challenge. We are talking about something which goes way beyond trade, way beyond even economic relations. Already a number of things have been mentioned, but certainly it is about industrial policy, it's about international relations, foreign policy, it's about technology, it's about sustainability, it's about our own subsidy regimes we have in a number of different areas. It's energy, it's raw materials, it is all of those things. And that makes it very difficult to deal with. We have to create new instruments. Interestingly, we very often focus on the defensive instruments. We also have to talk about offensive instruments. I think one of the most interesting things which has happened in Europe is the sanction regimes against Russia and how much we have changed the way we deal with that part of the system. We have to address not only specific vulnerabilities, but also systemic vulnerabilities, which is far more difficult than the concrete specific vulnerabilities we have focused on so far. And that also needs to recognize that different countries have very different vulnerabilities and see also these threats very differently. And that means that within Europe, we have a number of different responses. And I'll come back to that in a minute. Of course, it is true we need to work with allies. And I wouldn't use the term economic NATO, not only because it comes from Liz Truss, but I think it's also about thinking who are our like-minded partners. And they are not the same as NATO. Clearly, it includes a number of them. But I think it is telling that we haven't managed to have what we've called an economic security alliance, where we are actually working with like-minded partners on issues such as subsidies, on issues such as sanctions, on issues like standards, or on security and research. I think there are politically very many barriers in the way to that. And we are going to have increasingly the challenge that we're doing this in opposition to a large part of the global population. The West is becoming rather isolated. and democracy is becoming rather a minority in a global environment. And I think we have to recognize that this is a very different world we're living in. But then we also have the South questioning our push for issues such as sustainability, issues such as human rights, often seeing these as Western biased, as challenging their sovereignty in making their decisions, often seen as protectionist. We might say that we are not. That's not the way we are seen in many other parts of the world. And I think that is also, we have to be fair, at times it is true. Some of the things we are putting in place are with much more of a protectionist regime in mind than they are really about security. So we have to really examine what are we going to do in future. And that's where I think Europe is going to be very, very challenged, because there are differences within Europe. We have different perceptions of threat. We have a number of countries which are acting in anticipation of what other countries might do, rather than only when it actually happens. That's much harder to deal with. We have countries which are very friendly with some of the regimes which are trying to address this kind of economic coercion on us. And there is a lack of strategic thinking across Europe of what we actually try to achieve together. And this is really, for me, the crux of the problem. How willing are we to work together, given that this imposes a significant cost? Economic security is a public good. Someone has to pay for that public good, and not only pay in terms of money, also pay in terms of sovereignty, in terms of political commitment, in terms of acting in a way which might not be so popular and in the face of the challenge from the populists we have. So in a world which becomes much more challenging, I fully agree that we should be doing more, but I question whether we have the politics at the moment, whether we have the will, and the elections which we're facing are unfortunately likely to make that more difficult rather than easier.
Fabian, it was a bit depressing, but we take it. This watch is telling me that I have 11 minutes left, but the Vice Minister is telling me that I have how long left before you have to go? Tell me.
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. So the challenge is, I'm turning back to you. I've asked my question as there was the flow of the conversation. Do you have any questions? That's your moment to shine, to ask and to challenge the speakers on the different presentation you heard. Yes, 1, 2, 3. I take a third question.
I'm first. Thank you very much. I'm Gintaras Morkis from the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists. So I have a question to Vice Minister Mr. Melunas. So your advice was not to trust autocracies. So the first one. So, and from the business perspective, what it would mean? Would it mean that don't do trade with autocratic countries, don't do business? So, and bearing in mind that unfortunately, democratic world is shrinking and the autocratic world is expanding, unfortunately. So does it mean that let's say, first of all, Lithuanian business shouldn't do any relations with the countries from Southeast Asia that are autocratic, also Arabic countries, Latin American countries. So my question is, what is your thought behind your statement, don't trust autocracies? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. There was a second question. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thanks to all the speakers for a very good conversation and discussion. You basically mentioned so many topics, and I have a lot of questions, but maybe just one. So you talked about the future of how we should respond to all these coercive techniques. But what do you think, how they can change in the future, in the next decade? Can they be worse even than they are now? What can be the next step for these autocratic regimes? Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the question. Okay, so I'm turning back to you. You have the clock in front of you, and you have 1 minute and 30 seconds for each question. We first come back to you. One on the price to pay for citizens, and the second one is trading with autocrats.
I will try to answer to both questions. Because they are somehow related. So first of all, price to citizens. Speaking about price and costs when you're dealing with economic coercion, you also, this is only one side of the coin. You have to speak about new possibilities and gains. And for example, in Lithuania's case, yes, to some extent we lost Chinese market, but in the last 3 years, we doubled our trade with United States. We rediscovered actually United States as a huge, promising and reliable partner. And we increased our dramatically cooperation with Indo-Pacific region. Taiwan alone, we developed very pragmatic, actually, technological partnership in some specific areas like lasers, biotechnologies, fintech recently. And in cooperation with Taiwan, we are going to have semiconductors industry in this country in 5 years. So now what I had in mind saying don't trust, it's our experience, it's our national experience. When the Russians told us 30 years ago, buy our gas because it's cheap and forever will be cheap, so we paid the highest price in Europe. That is, but I also would like to remind you and also to inform our foreign guests that the Lithuanian intelligence community, both military and civil agencies, publish every March a report on the threats for Lithuanian national security starting from 2014. So originally 2 countries were on the list posing a threat to Lithuania's national security, Russia and Belarus. From 2019, every year they add China. So I don't know what I can recommend to you with regard to dealing with countries which pose a threat to Lithuania's national security, because national security is crucial. If you are not free, if foreign powers have some bigger or smaller control on your abilities to make your decisions, then there is no possibilities also to have fear-free economic cooperation. So that would be my answer.
Thank you. I think we also need to be realistic. If we exchange as Europeans 2.3 billion per day with China, we are not going to decouple from China. That's so we are meant to basically manage to strike a balance between mitigating our risks and still looking for the business opportunity that are going to make our companies being competitive. Vidmantas, what would be your message to the companies that have to de-risk at the moment and that has not that have not gone through economic coercion. In 1 minute, this thing is becoming yellow.
Yeah, I think, you know, to be shortly, we have very good example during the some difficulties trading with China, with our partners from Business Europe, you know, who really support us in these cases. And even, for example, the new investments from Germany existing now, maybe somebody here, it's a Rheinmetall, will do, we hope, the biggest investments on the defense ministry here in Lithuania, but at the same time brings possibility another companies from Germany to invest here, because at that time we have been united. It was in the beginning some different voices that maybe we need to step back, you know, and join again this 16+1, but of course it's a kind of was in business community to understand that you are playing in the second league if you are in 16+1, not with a general 26 countries, you know, but we are as a, I don't know, lowest level in these cases, why we feel this. And I think this decision was good in general, because we need to talk as a one voice. And my suggestions, and I hope it will be in the future, that we need to stay united against these kind of things. I hope they will not come back to us, to Lithuania, to the other European Union countries, because we have the instruments. But we need to use these instruments which we created. You know, this is the biggest difficulties now. If you will just, we'll have them somewhere else, you know, on the paper-wise, and we will never use this all together, 26 countries, it will be just simple paper. That's mean, shortly, if we will be united, if we will use some measures, if we will say answers, strong answers altogether, it will never happen. And of course, vertical chains, we need to have our local production, local industry here in Europe and abroad, in the United States, Canada, with the countries which is under the NATO umbrella, which is inside the EU.
Thank you. Katie, what is the lesson we haven't understood from Australia in terms of de-risking?
I think I was very clear with the lesson from Australia, and I disagree with our colleague here. I'm more optimistic about the rules-based international order, and that's based on our experience that we're able to use those rules through dispute settlement, through opening up markets for diversification to help our business, our economies be more resilient. So for me, the answer is if there are gaps, and there clearly are gaps in the current rules that aren't allowing us to meet some of our current challenges, the answer is to work to improve those rules and reform those systems, not throw them away.
Thank you. Is the G7 a good space to start?
Well, beyond the G7, I would like to conclude on the fate of democracies. It's not that I disagree with the list of challenges we have to face, but I think we have strengths and we should have confidence in ourselves. First point, if we are so bad, why millions of human beings every year risk their life to come here? Why the rich of these autocratic countries want their kids to study in our universities? Why they are buying big houses in Vancouver? So I think we're doing something right. Why the EU is growing, with all the countries dreaming to be part of the EU. The OECD is growing with the list of countries who want to be part of the OECD. The OECD is much more important for the world than BRICS and much more effective. And why NATO is better shaped than ever if we are so much a failure. And when we say democracies are striking in the world, I think it's part of an uptick we have. We became less and less tolerant to any breach of the democratic ideal. So at the very moment you decide that India, Indonesia, Turkey are not democracies, of course you have the sense that democracy is shrinking. But what was Turkey or India or Indonesia 30 years ago? So when we compare with the past, not with an ideal of democracy, I would not say that democracies are shrinking. And finally, if these autocratic leaders are so much attacking us, does not cross your mind that it is because they don't feel so sure of themselves? Do you think President Putin is sure of what will happen in Russia? And with the slowdown of the economy in China, with 25% unemployment for their youth, they don't have their own problems and difficulties? So no, we need to have confidence in ourselves, but it's true that we have a lot of work to do together.
Thank you. Does it bring a bit of confidence and hope, Fabian, to you?
Well, I'm in the red already, so. But yeah, just to say, I would never plead to throw away the rules. I think it is about being realistic about what the tendency is and also how the rest of the world is seeing it. But in terms of just on the future of coercive measures, I think yes, it is going to get worse. It is also going to get worse because our ability to respond is likely to be challenged by both global and domestic fragmentation, by polarization, which we're seeing more and more, and by the need to invest enormous amounts into all of the transformations which we are facing. And we've focused very much on security, but there are also the other ones. But I admit I tend to be rather pessimistic. Maybe in the last few years, that worst case has unfortunately been very often what we have faced. But I think it's better to face the worst case head on. And if it then turns out better, so much the better for all of us.
Okay, thank you. We are really in the red. I'm just going to conclude by saying that what we heard constantly was not only that we need to ensure that we have an international rules-based order that is functioning, but also that in all these cases, solidarity has been a key driver of a policy response that has functioned. So we are imperfect in our response. There is a lot that needs to be done, and we leave that to the next panel to discuss. You had already some good ideas in that, but I want to end on a note which is that it has only done one thing, which is to bring us closer together. Join me in thanking them. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a short advertisement. We have short coffee break, and we restart at 3:15. we're still waiting for one panelist. Okay, so I hope everyone had coffee and it will help you to survive the last panel. The last panel will discuss different ways to respond to the instances of economic coercion, including the recent EU anti-coercion instrument. The discussion should also touch upon the need for international cooperation, including diplomatic support, WTO measures, trade facilitation, as well as national level instruments to reduce the effects of the economic coercion. So with that, I would like to invite our panelist, Žygimantas Pavilonis, Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Lithuanian Parliament. Please take the seat. Eduard Uličius, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. We have a participant online, Mr. Bernd Lange, Chair of the International Trade Committee of the European Parliament. Do you see and do you hear us? Francisco Monge, Chief Economist, Ministry of Foreign Trade of Costa Rica. Wendy Cutler, Vice President of the Asia Society Policy Institute. Gareth Roberts, Deputy Director, Economic Security Directorate, Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. And Pierre-Alexandre Miquel, Deputy Director of the EU Directorate of French Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. And finally, I would like to invite a moderator, Justin Bassi, Director of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute. Have a good discussion.
Well, thank you very much. Perhaps apt, the title of how to build resistance and resilience. We probably need a little bit of resilience to get through the afternoon session after a long day. So thank you for everyone who has come back after that tea break. It should be a good panel. As mentioned, I'm Justin Bassi, the head of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, and I've come all this way, and it is a long way because of the global importance of these issues. We may be miles apart geographically, but we need to be in absolute lockstep if we're going to counter and deter economic coercion. From an Australian and indeed Indo-Pacific perspective, now in my view, Europe lost control of this issue with Russia over the years. And as Japan's PM and FM put very well, we want to ensure that what's happening in Ukraine and Europe today doesn't happen in East Asia tomorrow. But the reality is that while we don't have military conflict in the Indo-Pacific, we have both economic and diplomatic coercion, and a major power increasingly of the view that it can get away with anything. And the issue with China is that it isn't local or regional, but global. So this panel, we look forward to discussing what is in our defensive toolbox to protect ourselves from countries like Russia and China, using levers of economic power to coerce us. What can we do individually, collectively, and within the rules-based system? One issue I think we face is why economic coercion happens. And unfortunately, the answer is because it all too often works. And often a victim will not want to take action in response to coercion because of fear that the coercion will get even worse. But inevitably, taking no action doesn't deter, it only incentivizes more bad behavior. That's bullying, and bullying either requires the victim to fight back or the system to fight for the victim. In the case of China, perhaps only the US is powerful enough to deter China individually. For almost all other countries, China perceives it can do as it pleases if the matter is allowed to be one-on-one. So we need to work together as a collective of nations, and we also need the multilateral system to support victims. I think a colleague of mine from within the Australian government spoke very well in the last panel. I have a slightly nuanced or slightly different view on the use of the WTO that Australia has done over the last few years. My view is that a problem for the WTO is that unless the victim takes action, it can appear a bit feckless. And Australia, to a certain extent the EU with Lithuania, is showing that. Australia took action in the WTO in relation to significant economic coercion, as Kathy Raper mentioned earlier in the previous panel, in relation to wine and barley. There was no immediate action. China's behaviour didn't change, so the action continued for years up until really the last moment, and the action was discontinued from Australia. Why? In my view, there really isn't a good enough reason other than allowing China to save face. And it shows the problem with the WTO, that it wasn't even allowed to continue a case that would have actually proven its own value, its own worth, showing smaller nations that bullying and coercion can be defended and punished. So with that, and Australia's not the only one, we're seeing it with the EU and Lithuania as well. Without trust that a collective of nations will come together and say we'll stand against coercion, and without that multilateral system actually protecting those who are unable to protect themselves, there won't be trust that anything other than accepting coercion is possible. So that's our challenge, gaining each other's confidence that pushback is possible. I'm keen to discuss all of this with our excellent panel now. With 7 people on our panel, I'd like to start with short 3-4 minute opening remarks from each of our panellists to then enable us to get into a free-flowing discussion and, similar to the previous panels, then open up to the audience in the last 15 minutes. So get your questions ready. But Bern, seeing as though you're online, and it's always a bit difficult I think to interject online, we might start the opening remarks with you.
Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot for the invitation. And Justin, you mentioned the EU anti-coercion instrument, and this was indeed a quite unique reaction on the situation as you described. We see really a weaponization and misuse of trade and investment for political reasons. And this has changed in the last years dramatically. I guess more or less this Washington consensus that everybody is playing with the same rules is gone. And we see, you mentioned the example was Lithuania and China, because of the upgrade of the representation, but also just in your Australian case, where Australia asked for an independent investigation regarding the COVID pandemic in China, also there, economic coercion happened. And we in the European Union were really, for some years, helpless because we have no possibility to react. And in 2020, the European Parliament asked quite strongly to develop a new piece of legislation to protect us against such an instrument. And we were able really to conclude this, and this was really gapping the hole in our policy. And I guess it's also quite remarkable that we, for the first time, link our policy between trade and economic security. And in this new world, without this Washington consensus, I guess it's really important to have such a strong power. And as you know, this legislation gives a clear definition what economic coercion is. We have a clear procedure how we can define the case and make the investigation. And then, perhaps most important, we have a big basket of possible reaction to economic coercion, so that no trading partner could ever calculate which measure we would use to react on their coercion. And of course, the starting point of this whole reflection was not the two cases you mentioned, Justine. It was really the clear statement by President Trump saying, if the European Union would really establish a digital tax on US companies, then Trump would really establish tariffs on European cars. So this was the first really open threat against European Union using coercion as an instrument against policy decisions. So it is really now in force. We have established also the necessary comitologies, the person where we can start the investigation. It's not a secret. At the moment, there is no case under investigation, but this doesn't mean that we are ready to do it. And then, Justin, yeah, this is, of course, a powerful instrument from the European Union. By the way, it might be also necessary to use it in the case of sanction against Russia. As you know, this sanction regime is based on unanimity in the Council, and this anti-coercion instrument is based on qualified majority in the Council and a decision by the Parliament. And this might lead also to more flexibility to give pressure to Russia to stop the war, using also measures against trade investment coming from Russia. So we have a powerful tool as European Union. And sometimes it's even more important to have a gun which you can put on the table than really before using this. But we are really ready to do it if necessary. But of course, and this is also the discussion for today, we should really look how to cooperate with other countries worldwide. And I guess, first of all, must we look to the G7, where we also focused on several common elements, so that we can really have a proper international understanding before using such a powerful instrument as the ACI. But nevertheless, it is a European instrument. It is based also on the WTO rules, so that we are not breaking international trade rules, but we are now able to defend economic interests. And of course, we would like to have a proactive dialogue with other countries so that we can have a more joint understanding in defeating and defending against economic coercion.
Wonderful, thank you. Appreciate that rundown of the instrument. Zygimantas, would you take us away with your intro remarks?
Okay, it's difficult to fit into 2-3 minutes with our historic experience here, but usually I provoke people with making radical statements, so I will try my best. You know, my country was annihilated here not only during last century. In 18th century, we were trying to make some democratic experiments, and we were wiped from the planet as sovereign nation by free autocracies of that time. So for us here in Lithuania, having all those experiences, conditionality of economic relations and freedom and democracy is like absolutely connected. That's why when we hear conferences, and I was carefully listening to previous panel about de-risking, for me it's not a strategy. For me, it's defensive kind of behavior. I would say that reflects, that reminds me the West after 2014, or maybe even the West after 2008.
Actually, after 2008, nothing happened. But 2013 was kind of little wake up, like little kind of mumbling through, muddle through something, actually nothing. So, and we've been lecturing the West. You know, I was one of the deputy chief negotiators. I negotiated my membership. I was living in Brussels for I don't know how many years. And when we joined, when we saw European Union embracing Putin with post-PCA agreements, sharing all trades and technologies, and together with Poles, we've been in shock. How can you feed the tiger who is killing democracy, any freedom that was remaining in Russia? You know, like Kara-Murza, who is in prison, was always telling to me, when they close all the stations, parties, anything, they will start sending tanks across the borders, and it happened. So for me, when I look through those eyes of, you know, bloodlands, like Timothy Snyder was calling us here from Baltic and Black Sea to your China policy, for me it's like, oh my God, those guys, they really need to have another lesson. They will be attacked. It's an invitation of China to attack what you do right now. You have to decouple as soon as possible. You have to invest into countries like us as soon as possible with everything you have. Like in the Cold War, I know you've been doing, you know, your technologies, your trade was very much conditional on anything. So yes, we are small, yes, we're under attack, yes, we are just 8% of the population, like completely free nations, but we still have so many instruments. If we use it strategically, as you did with us. You know, I was just speaking with French ambassador, remember Balladur plans, you know, all other stuff. You've been doing every step so much conditional in Lithuania. You kill all the Soviet viruses on freedom, on human rights, on everything. Then we give all the markets to you. So why don't you act like this with all other countries? Why it took 10 years for us to convince you that enlargement is the best option in Ukraine or Moldova or even Caucasus? That is a different case, but still. So you can be strategic if you go strategic way, like Schuman was saying when he created you know, May 9, you know, declaration. Read his words. The Western politics is not to have strategic decision. It's like, you know, have very controversial things. And I know that I provoke French ambassador here, but you know, having Xi visiting Paris today, then Serbia, then Hungary, for me, it's not a policy. It's the same what the West was doing with Putin, speaking with tigers, the same Scholz did, the same Americans are doing. So finally, if this big West will continue making those mistakes, I think the only way for us to survive in this strange transactional world is to create some little communities of countries similar to us, like Nordic Baltic, like, you know, we are the first country in EU to extend our relations to Indo-Pacific. We build embassies everywhere. We are still lobbying for Australia to build embassy in Vilnius. Canada is there, India is there, South Koreans are coming. And this is very similar world of frontline nations. Maybe we meet in Halifax, in Taiwan together. We think how to survive together, because finally I agree with my old brother Egidius Meilunas. We have to think about economic NATO. You can call it whatever, you can create whatever name, but we should defend democracy, including Taiwan, with everything we have. Because we're shrinking, guys. I was doing Community of Democracy organization with Hillary Clinton and others. You know, you count from those years. We are shrinking. So if you want to stop it, you have to have a strategic plan, strategic tools. Do not feed killers and thieves with your money, technologies and everything. Make it everything in one package and try to recover parts of freedom and democracy, try to create European unions of this world in Middle East, in Mediterranean, in Indo-Pacific, wherever. Connect it to one and defend it like you defend your baby.
Lovely, thank you. And keen for all our panelists to try and be provocative like you. I'd like to think that if the rules-based order is working, we don't need to completely decouple, but if it doesn't work, then that's those conversations no doubt will happen. And we might come back to that de-risk, decouple later, but Edward, intro remarks.
Thank you, and it's not easy to follow up on this intervention. I will just make two short comments. One is that the historical lessons should also include 1914. 1914 should teach us that economic interdependency doesn't stop wars, that it needs to be more things. And to the visit of Chinese president to three small-sized EU countries this week, I would also mention the visit of German Chancellor to the two mid-sized countries of Europe today. Just to give the point that from perspective of China, even France is a small country. Sorry to say so, it has to be, it's the reality of the global scale. And in this context, and in context of the quite difficult theme of economic coercion, which is complex and needing complex solutions, I would just limit on 2 points, both of which were already raised here today several times. One is that the best way to prevent the economic coercion is to raise its costs for the coercer and at the same time minimize its potential effectiveness. That's, we need the big stick, we need to carry the big stick. We have the ACI in Europe. We are all anxiously waiting to see if and how it will be used. And we have to learn from the use of this tool. The second part of this phrase is to speak softly. So yes, we have to carry the big stick and speak softly, speak with partners, with allies, including the close allies in all possible alliances, G7, EU, NATO, OECD, and the partners across the world. And here I also want to point out quite important thing happening in Paris, that I, as coming from Czechia, so from another mid-sized country, I think it's very good that President Macron took President of the Commission, that he met her before meeting with the Chinese president, and then in the first part of the meeting, he took her with them. For our countries, European Commission is quite a key ally and representative, and that's good. And when we speak about the strategic resilience, we got lessons in COVID, we got the lessons from Russia, from China. They are showing us how much we need to continue our efforts on minimizing the undesirable dependencies in critical areas, and we all have pretty clear list of all measures and areas and topics which are not as resilient as we wished, especially as concerns the industry and production, raw materials, medical supplies. I'm adding also the quite interesting issue of services. That's one of the big mysteries of lack of openness for European or Western services in China. But to conclude on the learning of the lessons, and to be honest or cynical, there are also some lessons that are related to economic coercion that we are doing towards Russia, the Russian aggressor, the sanctions, and the way how they seem to be quite easily circumvented in many areas. That the trade and the interests, when it needs to find a way, it finds a way. And the question is why only Russians can do that. Why, when there is a coercion from another country, or sudden end of exports, or sudden administrative and technical issues in the customs for another country. So how come there isn't a Western alliance, be it of formal or informal, or not just Western, which just finds a way how to circumvent? I'm not sure why we haven't went deeper in this area. And this is it.
Thank you. Very good question to end on. I think that phrase, carry a big stick and speak softly, is an interesting one. I see it as a problem if you're just carrying the big stick and not using the big stick, because then you end up just speaking softly and nothing happens. So I think that's probably part of the lesson for us all to learn. Francisco, intro remarks from Costa Rica.
Thank you so much. First, thanks so much for the invitation to this conference. We are delighted to be here. I think the presence of Costa Rica in this forum is maybe a good reminder that the type of problems we're speaking here today and tomorrow are not exclusive of large countries or developed countries. Costa Rica is an upper middle income developing country that is seeking to take what I would call its final leap into development. So we're heavily fighting to escape the so-called middle income trap. And in doing so, we are heavily integrated in the world economy. I think the interconnectedness is a factor for contagion. And therefore, we know that we need to be cautious about that. But I don't think, decoupling is really an alternative in full, at least for Costa Rica, as coupling would not be either. I think in the dynamics of what is usually called as the 21st century trade, we understand the very particular dynamics of 21st century trade and global value chains. And Costa Rica has managed to undergo a profound structural transformation of our economy over the last 3 decades by deploying a consistent policy for trade liberalization and attraction of foreign direct investment. And a fair share of our economy is now integrated in global value chains of sophisticated manufacturing and advanced services. And therefore, we are very much exposed to the effects of any source of disruption in global value chains, be these a major external shock, as a pandemic or as any war, or be that the effects of economic coercion at large. So we are very much concerned about this. I think our perspective is fresh for this discussion as well, because I think we're missing the first half of the title for this panel. I'm not sure that a country of the size of Costa Rica can think of something as an autonomous defensive toolbox. We're probably too small for having a reply to any action that can cause an effect. And that's why we heavily rely on the multilateral system. We are firm believers of multilateralism, and to that end, we put a strong emphasis on the collaborative work with our peers in all multilateral instances, be these the WTO, the OECD, and so on. And therefore, we combined our strategy for deepening trade liberalization on a strategic, regional, and bilateral basis with a very continuous and dedicated work at the WTO. We need to rely on multilateral rules, and to that end, for us, that becomes a strong priority. And we do believe in international cooperation in efforts like this one. We are sure that we need to join these efforts, and we need to work with our peers, like mandate countries, in dealing with these effects the best efficient way possible. Thank you.
Thank you. a perennial issue for smaller countries absolutely relying on the multilateral system. We might come back to that. Part of the problem is where the larger countries like China abuse the multilateral system and decrease confidence in it. Wendy, opening remarks from you.
Well, thanks, Justin, and really thanks to our host, the Lithuanian government, for organizing such an incredible conference. And one thing that has really struck me, and we really haven't talked about, is the international participation in this conference. Not only are folks here from Europe, the United States sent 5 people from Capitol to this conference. I think that underscores the US concern and commitment to work with countries that are targets of coercion. And my friend from Costa Rica and Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Korea, and I'm sure I left out some others, but no offense to those. In the US, well, first of all, Justin, you said the United States is probably the only country that's exempt from coercion from China. To date, that's been true. I've learned in my career never to say never. But I can tell you, we don't need an anti-coercion instrument. We have one. It's called Section 301. And I'm sure some of the folks around the room have experienced our actions under that. But I think it's clear we're not shy about using it, particularly under certain administrations. In this administration, the Biden team has put such a focus on helping countries that are subject to coercion. And I think that will continue, and it's becoming, the whole process of becoming more and more robust. I was struck by something Undersecretary Fernandez said this morning, that the State Department is in conversation with about a dozen countries that are either experiencing coercion or fearing coercion or seeing signs of coercion. And I think, again, that underscores that this is a serious problem. The question was posed to the last panel, is this problem getting worse? We really don't know. We know it's not getting better. But earlier in the conference, the issue of transparency came up, and I don't think any of us have a grip on how extensive this practice is. We've talked about lessons learned from countries that are subject to coercion and the importance of sharing these lessons. But I want to put on the table, I think China may also be learning lessons from coercion. And one of the things we should talk about today and tomorrow is this is an evolving practice, and where might China go in the future? Because Justin, you said something I'm not sure I agree with, that China's been successful. Because if you look at China's record, it has been mixed, and particularly with respect to Lithuania and Australia, they've been pretty ineffective in achieving their objectives. So I suspect in Beijing, they are thinking about how they can perfect this tool or adjust it. And so I think it's important that we also think ahead about what coercion may look like in the future. With respect to what we can do together, I think collective action is extremely important, but we should not underestimate the difficulty in coming up with specific collective actions. So I applaud the G7 under Japan's leadership establishing a platform on coercion. I applaud the 6 trade ministers that came together at last year's OECD to also express opposition and pledge cooperation on coercion. But it seems to me that beyond information sharing, perhaps supporting each other in WTO disputes, and expressing vocally our concerns when certain countries are coerced, we could all be doing a much better job together. I think we really need to flesh out those specifics of cooperation. And what struck me as we prepared for this conference, and I can just put a plug in, the Asia Society Policy Institute, we did just recently author a paper on resolve and resilience looking at the Lithuanian experience. We noted that Lithuania did certain things right, and maybe certain things they could have done better. but the importance of working with the business community, working with international partners, letting them know early on what's going on, I think puts us all in a better place. I also think one thing, and it was mentioned this morning, that I think is important, when we talk about collective action, we should talk about the short term and maybe the medium and longer term. I mean, resiliency, to me, it can start in the short term, but it's a medium and longer term solution. But one problem that I was struck with in drafting this paper was that what happens when your ship's on the water and the Chinese port is saying, you're not coming in? Who's coming? Who's coming to you in the seas? Who's opening that market for that shipment of goods? So I think it's also important to look at international cooperation in that perspective as well. So let me stop there.
No, excellent and good. I like the disagreements. We might come back to this as well. My concern, I suppose, is a mission accomplished issue with both Lithuania and Australia. That, yes, individually it might have been ineffective, the coercion against Australia and Lithuania, but by not taking the WTO cases to completion and certain other actions, the risk is that it's not the bilateral relationship issue. It's the risk is that China succeeds in deterring other nations from thinking they can step forward as well. So from an Australian perspective, there aren't many countries in Southeast Asia outside of the Philippines that are seemingly gaining confidence that you can stand up to China. So there are multiple elements that we might...
I just have one more point to make. Yeah. The Philippines too, they're represented here. I didn't mention them.
Super. Doing a great job. Thank you. I appreciate it. Gareth.
Oh, thank you very much. And just to echo Wendy, just to say a huge thank you to the organisers for, I think, this conference, which I think bringing everyone together, I think this panel is talking about a multilateral response. I think bringing people together in itself has a deterrent effect because it actually shows that there is a community who is prepared to speak up for what they believe in and to speak out against what they think is wrong. I'm in the very happy position that my Deputy Prime Minister gave a speech on economic security 3 weeks ago, so I can be short and I will just refer you to him. I will only just focus briefly on the international partnership elements of what he talked through. And here, I think particularly on coercion, I think Justin, you mentioned about bullying, and I think that's a really good way to frame it. You know, bullies stop bullying when they don't get the effect they want. So I think the overarching objective we could have is how you blunt economic coercion, economic pressure, as an effective policy instrument. And here, I think there's about 3 areas to think through. One, I think, as others discussed, is about how you work more closely in partnership to analyse the tactics, to see the vulnerabilities, to respond, to call things out. I mean, these are evolving as our response toolkit, but they're really important. When I worked at NATO and I saw there, the value of attribution, just standing up for things, embarrassing people who do the wrong thing, that's a really powerful tool, and I think sometimes underweighted. I think, secondly, is what we can do to support other countries to have the freedom to make their sovereign choices. We're not asking people to take sides, we're actually trying to help people pick their own futures. And I think here, speaking from the UK experience, one thing we can do is help others analyse their own vulnerabilities. This is a really new thing. Up until recently, business did business, government did government. Now we're learning new methodologies about how we can actually assess vulnerabilities and understand the problem, which is the first way of addressing that. We can help others do that too. Likewise, we're all putting together different tools, different legislations to try and protect, try and diversify, and we can share our experiences there. No one has got this perfectly right, but we can all share, we can all talk to each other and learn. There's an awful lot of development trade instruments out there. So, for example, for us, it's the Developing Countries Trading Scheme. We have trade centres of expertise, which actually can help other countries diversify for their own interests. And I think we could lean on them more, we could make more use of them. As indeed we can on the PGII scheme or the British Investment Partnerships element of this, which is how do you give people access to choice, to good sort of high quality investment. So there's a lot we can do, I think, with third countries to make themselves more resilient for themselves, to support them making their own choices. And finally, I think we really need to do more to make the case for why we believe in free, fair and open trading. And here I just end by just strongly saluting and supporting my Australian-Canadian colleagues who made the case for optimism. You know, we have a great story to tell over the last 70 years. I mean, we have a huge amount to be proud of, but you know, it is slightly at risk, but you know, we need to make the case. And we need to make the case not just to defend why it's good for us. You know, we need to make the case to defend why it's good for everyone. And you know, the bigger the tent we make, the more persuasive we can be, I think the more chance we have of creating a future, I think, that is economically secure, open and growth. Thank you.
Super. The case for optimism. It's an important narrative is absolutely important. Thank you. Pierre Alexander, lucky last.
Yes, thank you very much. Let me also be optimistic to end up with this panel. I think the key message is that we have an anti-coercion instrument at EU level. This is really a big achievement. And now we have something that, I think it's quite spectacular to have this panel today. I mean, who would have imagined like 5 years ago that we would discuss anti-coercion in a way where the EU has given himself the means to respond and to address coercion by third countries. This is really something that we pushed for in France. We began the work under the French presidency when it comes to the instrument, and with the help of Czech Republic, with the help of Sweden, the trio presidency, and with the help of the parliament, Bernd Lange, we managed now to have this instrument. It means that no country in the EU is alone when facing a coercion. And this is really extremely important because, on the other hand, no country can answer alone to a coercion, especially an economic coercion, and when it comes to mustering trade and investment responses. So, I mean, this is a big achievement, and I would say this is a strategic achievement because now we have an instrument which comes to protecting the core of our interests, which is the lawmaking process and our ability to take political decisions. I would be tempted to draw a parallel, maybe, between the anti-coercion instrument and the FDI screening. Because with the anti-coercion instrument, you just make sure that your governments, they have free hands to decide what they want. So it protects their sovereignty. And when it comes to the FDI screening, you make sure that your key critical strategic assets and companies are protected. So, I mean, there is a parallel between public sovereignty and private sovereignty, I would say, in these instruments. Let me also say that in the next EU cycle, which will, be open in a few weeks, we will have to develop a EU culture to make it work, this instrument. And I would quote 3 words, unity, anticipation, and maybe trust as well. Unity, because it will be needed more than ever. It's not obvious. Everybody's talking about unity, but I can guarantee that it's not that obvious when it comes to discussing between each other and making things happen. But I can feel and see the need for an increased coordination on messages and visits. I can see opportunities for many formats, bilateral, trilateral, Weimar, French Baltic states. We must be united in our preparation of key visits and with the events that we are doing. Anticipation is also key because we need to be prepared to make common risk assessment. Again, we should not be alone. When coercion comes, it's a little bit too late. If we make this risk assessment together before it happens, we are much stronger. And trust, this is part of it. Information sharing goes along with trust. So it also means, it's a little bit like what Enrico Letta said in its report. We need trust, we need to share information, and we need to communicate on what we do. And I will end up with 4 conditions for success, in my view, when it comes to this instrument. First is communication. Coercion does not like when it's too public. Coercion like when it's in the hidden. If you communicate on your problem, you just do not stay on your own. If you communicate with your fellow partners, with your fellow countries in the EU, then you make things simpler. And also you can use the G7 platform on coercion. We didn't quote it much, but I would quote it because depending on cases, you can use leverage of the G7 platform to have a much better effect on anti-coercion. The second point is de-risking. I understand that the word is not much loved, it's true. Yet, the more you de-risk, the less you are prone to coercion. De-risking means that you have taken into account your strategic interest and you are no longer vulnerable in the key strategic sectors. And that's a big element. I will come back later maybe to it. Enforcement is key. We didn't talk much about it, but I would say that when it comes to EU tools, sometimes we lack a little bit the resources to implement them correctly. So I would certainly advocate the next EU institutions to put the resources in place to be able to be effective when it comes to look after cases and to make the right investigations. And I will end up with the third country line, because you have the EU and you have to build up this EU sovereignty and this EU platform and unity and information sharing. You need this second line of partners, you know? You need this second line of friends, of alliances. You have the G7, it can be quite open to all kinds of alliances. And then you have this third circle, which is international law and order, because everything that you do must be grounded in international law, and that's the case of the anti-coercion instruments. So you need these three circles. I mean, your inner core, the EU, then the circle of alliances type G7, and then the international law and the international institutions.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you for everyone, all the panelists for providing those opening remarks. In terms of some free-flowing questions, I'm keen to try and cover as many of those issues as we can, and also keen for the panelists to interject and either agree or disagree with other people's comments. But Zygmunt, if I can go to you first, can you help us understand if what Lithuania did in standing up to China's coercion and bullying was worth it, and how do you, as a country, help other countries understand that standing up to coercion from other countries is actually worth it, despite the economic costs that they might have impacted upon them?
Of course it was worth it, because the same happened with our Russian kind of decoupling. We killed all the risks in our body that were penetrated by Russian economy, or Chinese started to take over all our strategic, we're a little body, but everything that was best, we understood that it might be taken by China. From railway to port to telecommunications, fintech area, everything that we have of worth might be endangered. And we were promised like 5% fall in economy, but then together with our sisters and brothers in America and UK, we found out wonderful Indo-Pacific world, wonderful nations that are very similar to us. The little problem is that we don't know each other at all. We face very similar enemies who actually learn from each other. Those are Russian military instructions who are, pushing Chinese to do something bad somewhere. But as we discovered with Taiwan, or some other countries, we don't have links. We don't have places where we meet each other. You meet in your big, maybe, formats, but even sometimes smaller, mid-sized countries can make a big difference. And why we made that shift? Because living on the threat of non-existence, being like Israelis of the North, you are very sensitive to any threat. You think 50 years ahead. You see 100 years ahead if you see some danger moving. And we understood one thing. Autocracies started to kill together. To kill together. We got it from Orange Revolution, actually. From 2004 or 2005, we started to see that Russia, China, Venezuela, Cuba, Belarus, all those bad guys, they started to cooperate seriously on all the levels, and we understood that they're ready to kill and occupy like Hitler did in 40s and 39th. And I was political director, deputy foreign minister. I was going to all other capitals saying Russia is going to attack. Our intelligence is saying Georgia will be occupied. Oh my God, how many naive and stupid Western faces I saw. No, it's not happening in the 21st century. I was ambassador of Lithuania in the United States of America when Russians, they were preparing for its attack on Crimea. And I was so shocked with naivety of, so sorry, American high officials in White House saying it will not happen. We have talks with them. We have those negotiations. We will stop them. It's not happening, guys. They started to kill together. This is the axis of evil that shares everything with each other. So if you think that only with de-risking you can stop them, this is Chamberlain. This is not Churchill. We know what happened with us. We need Churchills, we need Reagans. That's why today I actually with Reagan, who knows one tactic. I win, you lose. This is the time because you deal with regimes who started to kill free and democratic countries. And I will provoke Americans even more. When Vilnius NATO summit happened, and we of course are so much lobbying for Ukrainians to be invited to NATO, because we know that when NATO comes, war stops. You have this beautiful country, you look to Lithuania, look to the Baltics, no war, we are just happy, rich and stable. And Ukrainian invitation was blocked. We know countries who did it. And it was such a shock. Because I was in Bucharest NATO summit. I remember when Ukrainian and Georgian membership action plan were blocked by then Paris and Berlin, and war happened in 4 months. I was so much afraid that tanks are coming, because you should understand that every weakness, strategic weakness showed by the West is understood in all autocratic countries. And Middle East happened. I have strange personal feeling, because I was in those kibbutz areas after attack of October 7th. I saw ammunition of Kalashnikov, North Korea, and Iran. The same ammunition that is killing our brothers and sisters in Ukraine. Those guys work together. Don't you understand? And now looking to Washington NATO summit, when we are trying still to ask Americans, don't you think that NATO enlargement would be the best? Because EU, the most criticized EU, most naive and strange EU, did the strategic decision in December European Council. I hope accession talks will start with Ukrainians and Moldovans, so we go all in. What about you, Americans? Don't you think that Ukraine is worth to defend also by invitation to NATO? Yes, it takes time to Article 5 to be enforced, but teach the lesson. Show to all those Chinese, Hamas, Iran, and other wrongdoers that we defend freedom and democracy in a way you defended us. And listen, it will be the best lesson for Chinese not to risk with our lives and territories in Indo-Pacific including. So, to conclude, we are at war, guys. We need to be strategic as hell. And if you want to proceed with those Chamberlainian tactics of de-risking, good luck. You are inviting the war to your own territories.
Thank you. As you said, very provocative, but I think the summary is that you think it was absolutely worth it. The question still in my mind is how do we get all countries to come together? Because as you were explaining, there are differences and nuances between all of our policies and actions. So, Wendy, if I can turn to you as representing America on the panel, and trying to get a whole lot of countries to come together. Do you? You've got extensive experience in this. You write a lot. I do encourage people to read that latest report that you mentioned from the Age of Society. Keen to hear your thoughts. We've heard a lot today about using the multilateral system, the importance of the WTO. Do you think that the multilateral system is currently strong enough to bind us all together, or do you think it's got to the stage where it's doesn't just need reform, but it's actually become broken, and we need to look at other models such as smaller minilateral options?
No and yes. Do I need to elaborate?
A little, please.
Well, first, with respect to the WTO, I like to think of the WTO having 3 functions, right? Committee and implementation work of existing obligations, negotiation of new agreements, and dispute settlement, taking action against partners that don't live up to their obligations. So how does economic coercion fit into these 3 pillars? Well, first, I would just say economic coercion itself is not mentioned in the WTO. It's not subject to WTO rules per se, but to the extent that a country takes actions against another country using trade restrictions, those trade restrictions can be subject then to the third pillar dispute settlement. So let me start with the committee and implementation work. And I think our Australian colleague earlier on the earlier panel mentioned the importance. So this is where all the different committees of the WTO get together periodically. They discuss what's going on. They raise concerns about countries adhering to their obligations, and they can start discussions about, where these topics are going and what new rules may be needed, et cetera. And I think these fora do provide an opportunity for countries to raise concerns about measures taken. Now, ideally, if you're good at your job when you do this, you get, if you, the United States, want to raise an issue, you work with other countries, so other countries are chiming in. And this doesn't change things, but there is some kind of peer pressure, and no country likes to be alone in one of these meetings trying to defend measures which they know are frankly quite questionable. So useful, but not a game changer. Negotiation of new agreements. Could we get an agreement on economic coercion in the WTO? I could ask the audience if anyone thinks we can, raise your hand, but I think the prospects are zero, particularly looking at the membership of the WTO. But also, and I'll be quite frank, how do you even define economic coercion? And I love these definitions now because they're getting longer and longer, and I think that's because as countries start to draft language on what economic coercion is, they want to make sure their practices are not covered by that definition.
Yeah.
So
on that, do you think though the fact that the EU has suspended the action against China in relation to Lithuania, Australia suspended discontinued action against China in relation to wine and barley, don't you think that action to completion would have itself created a norm and defined what economic coercion is, because you would have had international rulings saying what was illegal behaviour, and so the world would know.
Mm-hmm. So the third pillar, dispute settlement, and you're correct that both Australia and the EU have taken cases, but not against coercion, economic coercion per se, but it's against the import restriction. Okay, so there is somewhat of a distinction, but I take your point there. I think maybe I don't share your view completely. Number one, we don't know, and maybe you have a better sense, was Australia and the EU, were they going to win those cases? Because I can't think of anything worse. There's worse things, but it's pretty bad if you lose a case completely against China, because then what happens? China thinks that, they're okay, they've lived up to their obligations, and it kind of emboldens them on the coercion path. So that's number one. Number two, though, in a crazy way, it is a way for China, if you're looking for a solution with China to unwind its practices, it's a face-saving way to reach an agreement with them. And so the victim then can provide something. And we saw that with Australia unwinding their WTO cases as China lifted their import restrictions. So, I think it's a little complicated. I understand where you're coming from, and there's probably some truth to what you're saying. But I also think that there are reasons why countries decide to either suspend their cases or lift their cases or not to pursue them, and we don't know the details. And particularly with respect to why the EU decided to suspend its case against Lithuania, we looked into that in our paper and really couldn't find any detailed information.
Yep. And I think it goes then to Gareth's point around narrative and communication. Gareth, are these issues, is it incumbent then on governments, no matter what the decisions are, to take action, to not to take action, to ensure that the narrative is at least clear, so that you bring the business sector, the academic sector, tourism sector, the public along with government decision making?
Yes, I think narrative in these sorts of situations is an important part of it, as is the legality. I would say that there are many definitions of economic coercion, but I think ultimately, I think it is a political pressure through an economic vector. So I think the decision on how one responds has to be political. There are, I think, as Wendy said, going into the WTO, making a case is creating some chips to put on the table, so you actually have some bargaining. You're starting to create some dilemmas. But I think, ultimately, it is going to be a political solution. And I think, in the same way that you're looking through this bilaterally, you are aware that the world is watching, and you do want to make sure that you've got the narrative right, so people are more instinctively on your side, which you hope is the side of free, fair, open trade, than on the other side.
Super. So Edward talked about the ability to have or carry a big stick and speak softly. So is part of your view then that it is the complexity means that sometimes you do speak softly, but other times you might need to make it clear through clearer statements with other countries as well that actions are inappropriate?
Yes, I think the best description of deterrence I've ever heard is that it is about the communication of politically credible capability. And I think there's a really key part there about communication. Communication is not necessarily about what you say, it's about what the person you're communicating with hears. And so I think there's a real value in understanding, how your interlocutor hears. Do they hear things in public? Do they hear things in private? And really getting what messages resonate, what don't. And I think that sort of comms aspect to how you approach this is key.
Excellent. Bernd, in terms of, thank you for your opening that you just you gave us all a very good description of the anti-coercion instrument. Given that the WTO exists, multilateral system exists, can you dive a bit deeper into what the benefits are going to be for the free and fair trading nations of the world with the anti-coercion instrument? It hasn't been used yet. Is there a danger that it is a great instrument that is never going to be used?
First of all, I would really underline what Wendy said regarding WTO. We have really at the moment a serious issue with our case against China, because there are not really enough figures to demonstrate that there are restrictions, because Wendy is quite right, there is no regulation regarding coercion in the WTO rulebook. So it's a restriction and not respecting the MFF clause. And to demonstrate this, you have really to have evidence in the figures. Secondly, there's no communication from China saying we are using this trade measures for political reasons. So it's a little bit tricky, and we are now collecting some additional arguments, and as you know, we have set on hold the case because everybody's looking on this case, and we have to avoid to lose this case, and secondly, also we have to avoid to withdraw the case. So it's a bit tricky. And secondly, the second tier, the dispute settlement mechanism, is not working at the moment in WTO. So therefore, it is not the proper way with a guarantee of success in this specific economic coercion situation. And therefore, we created the ACI instrument, knowing that this is an instrument as last resort. And once again, sometimes an instrument is useful to have it, and you can have a clear perspective for using it, even knowing that you will not use it at any time. But in specific cases, it is there. And as you know, in the last years in the European Union, we established a well-developed toolbox of different defensive interests. And perhaps this is also a difference to the 301 perspective in the United States, which sometimes was used also as an offensive instrument. We have a clear perspective that if a country is not respecting the WTO rules, then we can react, and we will react in the frame. And we have now this international procurement instrument, the foreign subsidies instrument, and some others, which really set a toolbox of different measures for different unfair trading practices, and we are ready to use them in the proper way we are attacked.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. You need different tools in the toolbox. If I heard you correctly, and I think it also may help answer Wendy's question, which I also shared confusion of, but if I heard you correctly, effectively what you're saying is the EU discontinued or suspended the case in relation to Lithuania because you were concerned that there wasn't enough evidence there to win the case. I, as a personal view, keen for others on the panel to chime in, but I think that is a problem. If the current system says that what China did to Lithuania wouldn't be captured, notwithstanding the phrase economic coercion wasn't used, it was an asymmetric use of economic power on an issue, and if we're all saying, if the WTO is saying, and the EU is saying that the WTO isn't the place for that, I think we've got a problem. It doesn't always sound like it, I'm a firm believer in the WTO and the multilateral system. Part of the reason I'm very passionate about it is because I think it has to be the system that we use and to prove that the system works. But I'm gathering from what you're saying that there was a concern that it wasn't. So therefore, the anti-coercion instrument that does exist for coercion would then be the tool to use. My concern, Bern, would be that if it's then the tool of last resort, if it's not used in this case, I would be concerned that it would very, very rarely used. But does anyone else on the panel want to raise the issue of the Lithuania case seemingly being not relevant even for the WTO?
Can I continue on this provocative note? You know, you would help Lithuania case the most if the West would be ready with its own plan. You know, you either have your agenda or you fall victims of other agendas. You have to have a plan. You shouldn't de-risk from Chinese plans that they're now building to kill American or Western leadership globally. You have to have a plan. You know, when Lithuania was attacked here, it was first Lukashenko regime, in cooperation with Russians, attacking us through hybrid migration. I think trying to overthrow the government, trying to have their own little Hungarian kind of puppy that would applaud and would not create a coalition after when Russia attacked Ukraine, because they knew that we will be first defenders in trying to build that coalition. So they acted together, and they still continue acting together. So for me, the question, looking to those big capitals, when, guys, are you ready? Will you be ready for your own Casablanca conference? Because it took like 4 or 5 years for you from Munich, great speeches about eternal peace, for Casablanca meet, where you shake the hands of each other and said, okay, guys, now we have to annihilate the attacker. I mean Russia, first of all. Because this regime is killing people on this planet for 100 years. Instead of punishing it, you shake the hands of this regime in Yalta, you installed it to security councils, you still continue kind of dealing with it, but it went to the stage of occupying and killing like Hitler in the 20th century. So if you don't have a plan how to deal with this, if you don't have a plan of victory, that actually EPP family adopted recently in Bucharest, if you don't know how to win, well, you can still de-risk, but you will lose.
Sure. So on de-risking, you mentioned as well, Pierre Alexander. Let me ask you, President Xi, leading into his, President Macron, leading into his meeting with President Xi, said, and I quote, "I'm not suggesting we move away from China. However, I think that we must better protect our national security, our sovereignty, de-risk part of our supply chains, and be much more realistic in defending our interests." Clearly, there are issues amongst us all on the panel and in free and fair trading nations around the issue of de-risking versus decoupling. How do you see, based on President Macron's statement there, which I think is a very strong statement, how do you see the distinction between de-risking and decoupling, and how do we ensure that if de-risking is where we are largely heading, that it is a plan for success?
Thank you very much. First, EU sovereignty is the answer, the only possible answer. Second, de-risking is not a weakness, it's a strength. It's clearly a strength. It's easy to say I decouple. Decouple means you sever your ties, you don't discuss with someone else, you just cut everything. When you de-risk, it's an act of courage. Because first you have to turn inward and look into yourself and you say, where am I vulnerable? Where am I dependent? Where cannot I afford to go on being dependent? In 2020, the Commission issued the first ever mapping of critical dependencies that the EU was supporting. This was really a wake-up call because we realized how dependent we were in goods, in services, in critical technologies. And this led us to the second part of de-risking. So first, the courage to look at yourself and to know yourself. So it's a little bit the Socrates method or the Sun Tzu method, if we want to quote a Chinese author. So you have to turn inwards, and then you have to answer by taking a decisive action and say, I don't want to be vulnerable any longer. And this is exactly the spirit of the Versailles Agenda that was adopted in 2022, just after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And with this agenda, the leaders said there is a number of critical sectors on which we cannot afford to be dependent. It looks easy, but you name these sectors. You say in energy, in defense, in critical raw materials, in food security, in health, in chips and microelectronics, I cannot afford to be dependent anymore. And it's not like blah blah or general talk. It goes along with a process and with a program when you set a clear timeline, 2030. It's not that far away in time, and it's not too short, it's realistic. And you say by 2030, you set quantitative targets of production in the EU. You just want to reinforce your production capacities in the EU. When Commissioner Breton said we want to double the production of microchips, when we have clear targets for the extraction of raw materials, when we have clear targets for producing more net zero technologies in the EU, that's a clear answer. And again, this is a process, because you have this target, you have this timeline, you have this production, then you look at your value chains and you say, I can't afford to do that. How do I respond? How do I build capacities? How do I use instruments such as APCEIs? How do I use strategically how do I define strategically my interests to have an interaction with partners, to have trade agreements that really fit my strategic interests? Not only trade for trade, but asking yourself, your trade policy must be connected with your strategic interest. How does it respond, my strategic interest? And that's really important. And then when you enter this logic, you just go beyond, because you say, okay, I just began with 6, 7 sectors. Maybe there are other sectors on which I should do more. Maybe I should deepen my risk assessment. And this is exactly the spirit of going further on Versailles. And then you go one step beyond strategically. You just go to Versailles Plus and you say, okay, today I'm not dependent on this, but if I do not invest more on this and this sector, for sure, in 5 years I will be dependent. And it moves you to critical technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotech, and so on, and you say, okay, here I have to invest. I have to be a producer and a leader in these technologies. Otherwise, I will be dependent. So de-risking is a process for today, and de-risking is a process for tomorrow as well.
Thank you. Francisco, as I think was mentioned a couple of times by Wendy, having a representative from Central America really is excellent to add to the voices of Europe and the Indo-Pacific. For a country that doesn't have the heft of the EU and also the diversity, I suppose, that comes with it of the EU, and for people in the audience and even on the panel who don't perhaps know much about your country's perspective, could you tell us how Costa Rica is seeking to do exactly what Pierre Alexander is talking about, and to ensure that you have fewer vulnerabilities as you build your economy?
Sure, thanks a lot. I think it's a great question. And the first thing I would like to say is that we try to approach this through a combination of strategies. Definitely, international collaboration is key for us. I think we have been participating quite significantly on certain efforts that are being deployed to create monitoring tools to timely detect disruptions in global supply chains. For instance, a few weeks ago, the OECD had a great conference on resilient supply chains, and they're trying to put together efforts, concrete efforts, for information sharing, as the US mentioned, and trying to create mechanisms that allow us to detect and to anticipate changes as much as possible. Also, we like to join plurilateral initiatives like this one's, trying to find support among like-minded countries. And I think the US stressed a very important point that we should keep in mind at all times, which is working with the business community. Because, you know, saying decoupling or de-risking is easy, but the real extent to which we can aspire to that will be, to a large extent, in the grounds of the business community. It is the firms that will find difficulties for decoupling or de-risking, and they are a big part of the equation, and so we need to take them on board. And third, of course, there is this thing about the multilateral, rules-based multilateral system. Of course, we need to keep working to strengthen and upgrading the multilateral trading system, but I cannot agree more with the US. We witnessed in the recent ministerial conference of WTO how hard it is to move forward with the negotiation processes. However, of course, you know, the dispute settlement mechanism is a valuable instrument that we need to work to restore its full functioning, because it plays a key role. And I agree that you know, economic coercion will not always be addressed properly through WTO rules, because sometimes it takes the form of something different. But as Bernd very well said, you know, we're witnessing quite often these days the misuse of trade and investment behavior for political reasons. And that's where the rules of the WTO serve a purpose. But for that to happen, we need a fully functioning dispute settlement mechanism. We need to help on our own, each country, by refraining from protectionism and keeping trade flows, you know, as open as possible. And the last thing, and I think this is important, this is a point I would like to add regarding the functions of the WTO. Pierre Alexander told us that coercion likes to happen in the hidden. And we shall not forget about the importance of the transparency mechanism at the WTO. I think some coercion behaviors might not be fully punished through trade rules, but at least you can get them exposed, and that's an important thing that we should mention.
Excellent. Sounds like another case for optimism there. Edward, I might ask you a quick question, and then we've still got over 25 minutes to go, and I thought maybe I might offer the audience a bit more than 15 minutes if there are questions. So keen for audience questions shortly. But Edward, while Lithuania-Taiwan case has obviously had global discussion, the Czech government and system has also taken a really strong stance in relation to its relationship with Taiwan, goes almost out of its way to show that it's a strong supporter. And the Czechs have also been prominent in relation to issues like 5G policy. Can you help us understand how the Czech system has decided to take such strong action in relation to such areas, and whether you've faced coercion as a result of that, and how you've come through and messages for the rest of us to be able to take another case for optimism?
Thank you, Justin. I would just try to explain that the Czech situation is a bit specific, because since last 30 years, since the Václav Havel time, we always had quite specific relation vis-a-vis Taiwan in the economic, commercial, cultural sense. The thing which changed in Czech Republic in the last decade was that there was a rather big charm offensive from the side of PRC, using the person and some vulnerabilities of the Czech president at that time, of some political forces, of some important commercial and corporate forces. And it was, looking in retrospective, I was thinking about this over the day. We are very lucky. We have no port. We have a narrow gauge railway. We have no real major interest to be a focus of the Beltway project. So the Chinese side came with a vision of huge investment, huge money to Czech Republic. As a member of the 17+1 and so on and so on. And honestly, it fizzled out quite some time before this government or before COVID. I mean, they bought one of the major football clubs. They bought a chain of breweries, which is bankrupting. They bought a share in the former national airline, which bankrupted basically. They did buy one mid-size electronics factory, and then there was, it is still standing, a promise that they will build some spas in the middle of nowhere, basically, between Brno and Vienna. And that's it. And without really changing our attitude to Taiwan, these promised investments, they just went away. Nobody speaks about it. There was one issue related to tourism, which is very important, especially for Prague. It took some time before the direct flights from China to Prague were allowed, and before the visa for tourist groups, visas started to be issued in, or the permits started to be issued in Beijing. But now the direct flights are there. The visas for the groups of tourists are granted since a few months, without either side, either government doing or saying something. It just happened, so yeah. We might have been lucky. And I need to make one point on the Chamberlain you just mentioned, because the Czech thing, there is one thing about Chamberlain, that he came with the sheet of paper with the Peace for Our Time. That was the thing he did at the airport for the media, but also immediately he ordered multiplication of efforts in manufacture of fighters, of Spitfires, Hurricanes, and he started preparing Britain for war in private, not in public. But that's one thing to his advantage, that after Munich, Czechoslovakia was destroyed, but Chamberlain knew that the peace for this time is illusions untrue, and he started arming. And that's one thing. It's important to think that we are capable of doing the same thing.
Sure. I think it's probably fair to say, though, Edward, that Churchill was shouting at him for 10 years before he started. So, but better late than never. Audience covered a lot of issues. There's some provocative issues, some disagreements. Anything that you want to ask our panel. Please say who you are and if your question is directed to one member of the panel or all of them.
Oh, hello, yeah, Andy Bounds from the Financial Times. It's for Pierre Alexandre, but the others may want to come in. So Bruno Le Maire has said that BYD is welcome to invest in build electric vehicles and batteries in France. So what's your definition of strategic autonomy? It seems to go a bit less far than some of the other people on the panel, and maybe they would wish to respond to whether they would allow Chinese car plants and so on in their countries. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Strategic autonomy means that you produce, typically because we are talking about production here, you produce enough not to be dependent in a critical sector, or you just get enough of raw materials, depending on what you are talking about, to be in a situation when you are not vulnerable or dependent on another country. So strategic autonomy means that you have done your job into looking in all the sectors that you deem critical, that you have a plan for them, that this plan makes you in a position of not being dependent on or vulnerable to one or to a limited number of actors. This leads you to using all the toolbox at your disposal. So this includes reinforcement of your production in the EU, hence attractiveness. This includes partnerships and diversification of your trade, not to be over-dependent on one or two or three specific countries. This means developing all kinds of other answers, typically like recycling more, consuming less, innovation as well as an answer. So strategic autonomy is a whole set of measures that you decide and that you take to be, let's say, sovereign, industrially, technologically and digitally in your critical sectors?
Well, just having interesting discussion. You know, when we decided to get rid of 17+1, it was a kind of courageous move, but we really romantically thought that we're doing it to create a European policy on China. Well, thanks God, Baltics followed our track. We're still trying to encourage our Czech brothers and sisters, or Poles, to do it. But, you know, those kind of explanations doesn't go well. You know, either we have a policy and we speak with China as a club, at least of kind of sizable club, because in Chinese eyes, I agree completely, we are all small countries, and we try to change something, or we just try to compete, you know, seeing Scholz, Macron, or then Polish government saying to us, oh, we will be the gateway of Chinese money into European Union. It's nonsense. Either we have a policy or we don't. Either we have a strategy or we don't. And that's why I think we have to do it together. I remember Chancellor Merkel wanted to have this 27+1 meeting. It never happened because of pandemia. So I don't, you know, who's President Macron today to meet on behalf of all of us? You know, don't we have structures? Don't we have a policy? So I'm still puzzled with presence of Commission in those meetings.
Yeah, Alexander, do you have an answer to that?
Very quick. First, there is a strategy. There is an EU strategy for China. We are talking about it. When we use the trilogy competitor, rival, and partner, this is exactly the EU strategy that we have been implementing over the years. Second point, I was talking about unity. I mean, all these formats, these visits, they have never been decided in a way that they were not discussed before between leaders. For the visit of Chancellor Scholz to China, there was a call between Chancellor Scholz and President Macron. The same for the visit of President Xi to France. There was a call as well between Chancellor Scholz and President Macron. And today as well...
What about call to Lithuanian Prime Minister?
Just the President of the Commission was invited to today's part of the visit, to talk about trade policy, because here we are on economic coercion, we are on economic issues, and when it comes to trade policy, it's EU matters. And definitely this part was to be handled at EU level and with the presence of the President of the Commission. This is extremely important, and this is a format that have been done, in the past years in a very, very efficient way from many sides, not only France, not only Germany, but all sides. And just one last point. We have been talking about China, Russia, and of course, I completely understand it, but let's just remind, for the sake of this panel, that anti-coercion is neutral in the sense that it's not geared towards one country or another country. I mean, this is a part of EU sovereignty to have decided itself upon an instrument that can be used in a deterrence way anytime upon any kind of coercion from any kind of country. I mean, you can have you can have friends, you can have allies. They can change because of elections, and I think that President Lange reminded us of the birth of anti-coercion. It was under the Trump administration that we had some severe threats on your trade. So it's important to say again that economic coercion can come from everywhere, and that the only answer is EU sovereignty and unity and information sharing.
The issue, I suppose, I do want to get to another audience.
Just one question to provoke even more.
Very quick.
I heard a lot of replies like this before February 24th, when we were trying to explain to the West that we need to decouple from autocratic Russia. And actually it happened. Putin helped us, and the West decoupled. What if tomorrow in Taiwanese Straits we have events? Are you ready? I don't think that you are. And it might happen, because nobody expected Russia to invade Georgia, nobody expected Russia to invade Crimea, and they learn from each other.
And what it means is you have to be prepared, and being prepared also helps with deterrence. I think part of the issue, though, for me, Pierre-Alexandre, I'm not quite aligned with the view that economic coercion is country agnostic. I think it's important to recognise that there are only very few countries who are using it to achieve asymmetric strategic goals. And so, yes, of course, there will be bilateral arguments and disagreements and tensions, but the reality is that globally, China and Russia, but China in particular, is using it to not necessarily achieve trade and economic benefits, but to actually achieve strategic benefits, whether it be in relation to the South China Sea or to silence people talking about human rights, those elements.
Can I say one word? What's important is that our EU instruments are grounded in international law. So it's not because you have one country which is, for example, more active and more represented in TDI cases, and we have a lot of, trade defense instrument use in Europe, and you will see that the vast majority of them is used, for example, when it concerns China, but it doesn't mean that our TDI instruments are geared towards one specific country or another, and you will find use of TDI instruments for other countries as well. There are many cases involving many countries, and I think it's really important to give this message to the whole world that the EU is grounded in international law and respect of international law. And this is exactly why you will see that and you have read it, in the EU anti-coercion instruments, it's clearly non-geared towards one country or another. It's country neutral.
Very, very important, absolutely grounded in international law. We just got to use international law. Edward.
Exactly, on the international law and the rule-based order and the rule of law, matters, and I will be speaking not cynically as I wanted, but as idealist of very pigeon or dovish style, so please don't take it against me. But we mentioned the death, or it was mentioned here, the death of the rule-based order and of the might makes right and so on and so on. We played on the size of countries. I'm not speaking about today or tomorrow, but in some distance of time. But the real solution for the economic coercion problems, or for many of these issues raised today, will be when even the giants like China, India, United States, all of us will realize that it's their interest, that their interest isn't to damage and to try to impose their will and their interests on their neighbors or people on the other side of the globe, but when they will realize that it's in their highest personal and state and national interest to be subject to the rules and to the international law.
Yeah,
that's
it's very good. I mean, we could talk about this for a long time. We're talking about countries who don't want to be part of the international rules-based order. Audience, another question?
Yes, I think I'm next. Lothar Ehring, I work for the European Commission, Director General for Trade. I've been working on this subject since we discovered it, and I can ideally build on the exchange that just took place and go back to the point of definitions, where Wendy very interestingly observed that they sometimes keep getting longer because individual drafters, governments add criteria in order to avoid that the practices of the country in question could ever be considered as coercive. Definitions obviously sometimes have to be long enough in order to be precise enough, but this idea of safeguarding anything that you might ever be doing yourself is of course a bit too self-serving and risks being counterproductive in convincing others in the world. We in the European Union, we decided, just like my French colleague just explained it, to define coercion in a way that is rooted in basic concepts of international law. Now, obviously, we did not have to negotiate that definition with the rest of the world or even just G7 partners, but still, it had to be negotiated with 27 governments of member states and with the European Parliament. And we believe that we have come up there with a convincing definition, which of course can sometimes also be held to us as a mirror. But if we don't look ourselves into the mirror, it is others who hold it against us.
Just checking, I'll take that as a comment with a question.
Yeah, it's a comment and it's a recommendation and a plea that we take into account that the world is large. In the United Nations, there's a large community that has a totally different understanding of unilateral coercion, and we can ever only achieve something there with also communication efforts by being normative and not try to be self-serving. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not sure that there was a question, but if there's another question, please hand up. But Wendy, I might go to you because you've also discussed the importance of definitions and the challenge of definitions. How do we ensure that as we're talking about this important subject, that it's easily enough understood that we can bring as many countries and as many sectors, including the business sector, along for the ride with us? Sorry, Wendy.
I'm not sure what you're asking me to comment.
Well, in terms of the
I didn't hear a question.
In terms of the issue of defining economic coercion and ensuring that it's not so complex that we just talk about issues, how do we ensure that it is understood what it is, so that we can actually bring as many not just countries along with us, but also sectors like the business sector?
Okay, so I think we all understand what it is and what it isn't. The point I was trying to make is the minute you try and negotiate this internationally with the countries that that are using this practice actively, the prospects of even reaching an agreement on a definition, not even talking about the disciplines around it, is going to be extremely difficult, if not impossible. So, I take the point that was made, but I just, as I say, as I read these definitions, they're getting longer and longer and are just difficult to see how you would negotiate them internationally.
Yeah. Francisco, you've got a view on that?
Yeah, thanks. Coming from the world of trade negotiations, I can tell you that the evil part of trade agreements is the definitions. That's where things get complicated all the time. I think on a more pragmatic way, I would like to build upon the former discussion regarding, whether or the extent to which there's some country specificity to economic coercion. I think that the most important thing is not necessarily whether this has some kind of country-specific element or not, to what extent it does, but that we can identify the countries that are willing to work together and to collaborate in trying to fight against these kind of practices. And I would like to share that from Costa Rica's experience. You know, we put a lot of stress on, you know, working multilaterally at the WTO, but we also want to enhance alliances that can help us for this and for deepening, you know, our diversification, which is key. And to that end, for example, we are working with, along with the United States and other Latin American peers on something called the America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity. I think that's a bet on that direction. And also Costa Rica is willing to join the Comprehensive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP, which is a large set of like-minded economies, many of which we already have trade agreements with, but many others we don't. Australia is an example, and Japan is another one. So these are key economies that are, you know, oriented exactly towards where we want to go, and I think these can be efforts that would create the ties for, you know, moving forward with these synergies.
Lovely. I'm glad you mentioned the TPP. I think it's been a major mistake of our American friends to have withdrawn from that process. Excellent to raise it. I think we've got time for one more question from the audience, if there is one. No, I think that might be it, but I think we've got a couple of minutes. Does anyone in the panel want to make any final remarks on any of the things that we've raised and any of the disagreements that we have up here?
I'd just like to make a point about the WTO. And I don't say this lightly because I started my career working in the WTO office at USTR. But I'm very concerned that particularly as countries pursue an economic security agenda, that the WTO rules are going to increasingly serve as constraints. Okay, so whether you're talking about non-discrimination, whether you're talking about your bound tariffs, whether you're talking about Article 24, which prohibits kind of sectoral supply chain agreements, in all of these areas, we're really kind of tying our hands. I don't know what the answer is here. I'm not advocating that we leave the WTO, but I think there needs to be a recognition that's just saying, yeah, the WTO rules are great, we need to keep them, they need to, you know, everything in economic coercion needs to be consistent with the WTO rules. I think we're headed in a direction where the two are just going on completely different paths, and I think we need to find a way to deal with both. And again, I'm not saying leave the WTO, but I also recognize trying to negotiate these issues in the WTO are nearly impossible. Countries need to come together and discuss this and figure out a pragmatic way forward.
Yeah, no, I think that's well said, and it's probably a reason that there is then a need for things like the anti-coercion instrument and other tools to be able to add to what we already have. Please.
Just one word.
Yes.
To say that it's not an easy path to design an economic security policy. Our president has made a long speech about it. You have to really find the right balance in wisdom, fairness, and clarity as well on what you want to achieve. One thing is for sure, we've never been naive, and we will never be. I mean, most of the things that have been implemented in the past 5 years were things that we have been developing with our partners, with our EU partners that were in the Sorbonne speech and probably maybe also in the Sorbonne II speech. And I also take what Ziggy Montas said on the importance of risk assessment, not being naive. I mean, we have to look into scenario, we have to delve into scenario which can be complicated, and we don't have to wait for problems to happen before realizing that, well, they are in front of us. So definitely our plea is certainly not for naivety, it's just to go on building our own sovereignty, go on using the instruments as much as needed that we have crafted, and again, building the strategic autonomy around the principles that we are putting forward.
Thank you.
Maybe
final
also,
words,
ending on positive note, you know, look to us, Baltic, South Central Europeans. We are a result of your most strategic policies. linking trade, transformation, democracy, freedom together. You can produce wonderful miracles. Let's continue. You know, Ukrainian, you know, Baltic, Black Sea enlargement, Balkan enlargement, you know, this beauty of 21st or 20th century has to continue, but we have to engage with our most powerful partners in Canada, in UK, in America, to build a global system. It's not existing. We can do it together, but just, you know, just don't only de-risk. Have your own plan.
Well, I think the panel should be very proud that despite a few differences, look how far we've come. We've even got Zygimantas on the case for optimism. So please join me in thanking our 7 great panelists on what is a very complex issue, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of discussions tonight and tomorrow. So thank you very much.
I join thanking the panelists and the moderator. We had extremely interesting discussion, and this was the final panel. So I would like to, Vice Minister Egidijus Meilūnas to make closing remarks.
Thank you, Donatas. Ladies and gentlemen, I am more than happy to deliver concluding remarks. And to begin, I want to extend our sincere gratitude to all moderators, participants, speakers, panelists, and to the organizing team, led by my colleague Donatas, who have contributed to the success of this conference. Because I believe you would agree with me that this conference is a success. And we are very pleased that guests from nearly every continent and almost 30 states, 30, took part in this event. Together we have started exploring solutions, discussing how to enhance economic resilience, promote fair and rules-based trade, and cooperate among like-minded partners. Our collective efforts reflect a commitment to a world where economic power is used responsibly and respectfully. The conversations we have had and the connections we have made are just the beginning. It's crucial to turn these discussions into tangible actions and policies that enhance our collective resilience against economic coercion. I think the consensus is emerging on at least several important conclusions. First, free trade principles work with free countries. Authoritarian states tend to use economic coercion and will likely continue to do so. We need to design measures that can be effective in the environment where rule of law does not work. Second, Lithuanian experience as well as other cases discussed today vividly demonstrate that economic coercion can indeed be resisted. Important is not to lose the resolve and give into the illegal pressure. And word solidarity, I believe, is crucial here. And using this opportunity, I would like to sincerely thank all partners that supported Lithuania during the coercion: the United States, EU Commission and EU member states, Australia, Canada, Taiwan, the United Kingdom, Japan, and many others. Solidarity means that united efforts against economic coercion are needed. We need to continue building and expanding the coalition of like-minded partners who are vocal in condemning the use of economic coercion and swift in helping each other when the coercion is applied. There are limited platforms where economic coercion is discussed, and this unique conference stands out for its multi-stakeholder approach by involving business, academics, and government officials. So we recognize the importance of making this conference a regular event. I hope we will be able to meet again next year, maybe in Vilnius, maybe another capital. The public session of the conference has concluded, but I would like to remind all recipients of personal invitations to assemble here tomorrow morning for the closed session. And with that, thank you once again for today, and let's continue the conversation at the reception next door. Thank you very much.